up, everybody? Let me turn the music down. Let me see what's going on. How's everybody doing tonight? What's up, Clayton from Hawaii? What's up, LOS? What's up, Repo Man? What's up, Sean, Havoc, Spectra, Dana, Osaka? What's going on, everybody? What is up? We move this camera up a little bit so they get a little bit more of the Trident in frame. All right. I think we should be good here. Oh, minimize the wrong one. What's up, Precursor? What's up, Eric? I'm 1 minute early. Hey, man, I'm got sick of people saying, oh, he's late, Django. Yes, Eric. One of the first prints is gonna go on. This is gonna be for your 2.4. All right, so I think I got this mounted. I did a little extra because I got bored. You know how it is. I think all I did was just mounted these, which I'm gonna end up taking off. I put the end stop on. Not sure if I did the end stop last time. What's up, Rogue? What's up, Marcus? Crack open a cold one. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I might go grab one. All right, so the plan today is to wire this up. I want to wire this up, everything. Get the bed wired, and maybe, possibly, turn it on. I don't know. We'll see. It is 7. Rogue, I got that. What did I do with it? What did I do with it? Got it right here, Rogue. What's up, Mike? What's up, Dan? I'll do my best, Precursor. Got that heat sink. Oh, sorry. I might have some thermal greaser on here. Move OBS onto the all right. Comes with thermal tape, Rogue. So you're going to want to thread the standoffs into the heat sink and then bolt it from the back of the Leviathan. Can't I just use these longer screws to go from the top into the standoffs on the Leviathan? Go on an icon. I'm gonna give that one a shot there, Rogue. That was right the first time, 2 mil. Aha! Got this tool over here from Jixerfool, so thank you very much, Dan. Came in today. Oh yeah. We just want the thermal grease on this part, right? Yeah, I got here fast, Dan. What's up, LTX? Give me a second, guys. All right. Hey, Rogue, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Let me see. Can you guys hear Rogue in chat?
Well, I'll say some more and see if they can hear me then still.
So actually, this was one of the things I was originally going to do too. Let's see. Let's see. What was I doing? You can barely hear him. All right. So I think I know what I got to do. I got to turn the volume on my music down and then turn the volume on Rogue up. Let's see.
Yeah, that stream delay. I gotta stop into the stream.
Yeah. Oh, hey, by the way, if anybody else wants to join the voice chat, feel free. It's in the Discord. So,
You gotta be careful of what you're gonna get people on and them say.
well, the thing is I have complete control over it, so I can boot anybody I want. So
it still takes time.
It's all right. I have faith in my chat. All right, let's see. We got to go into OBS, and why don't you say something, Rogue, so that we can see if they can hear you.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, I turned the volume up so maybe they can hear you now.
Okay. So what I was trying to type and explain is, so first off, if you have thermal paste, it would be more ideal, but you can use the thermal pad. It's a thin pad. This heat sink that I recommended you is nice in that it has really close contact with the Pi IC.
Yeah, I can see it has some really nice spacing on here too. For the pads.
Yeah. Again, it was a $7 heatsink on Amazon. I was really happy with them on both mine. Oh, do I need to mess with my mic stuff?
No, I think
you haven't listened. You might have it twice.
It's me. Hold on a second. Let me see what I can do. Let me put my headphones on.
Okay.
When I did the stream with Wrath, I had to put headphones on because his audio was coming through my audio, which was going back through the microphone. So let me see if this works.
And I can try changing my mic as well.
All right, try saying something. Hold on a second. This isn't gonna work plugged into the back of the microphone.
No, okay.
Actually, you know what? I'll just use my... I know that'll work through Bluetooth.
Okay.
And it looks a little bit less goofy. All right, how about this? All right, is this any better? Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. I gotta go over here. All right. Say something if you can hear me. Try again. Try again.
2, 3.
No.
Testing. 2, 3.
I can hear you through the speaker. Oh, hold on a second. Let me.
3.
There we go. There we go. I can hear you now. Let me know if the echo gets any better, guys.
I'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, so what was this? The Geek Worm heatsink, I think it was, I sent you. Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
you know, it was a cheap one on Amazon, and then I got it, and it's like, actually, this is a really nice one. And I use mine. I had some PTM left laying around, and that worked out great for me. But yeah, I think they recommend thermal paste if you have it. If not, you can use the thermal pad. You paste because it's close. Contact with the CPU will get better thermal transfer. But so the concept is the standoffs you have on the Leviathan, you're going to flip them around and screw them onto the back of the Pi. And then you're going to take the socket heads that you had that you removed initially, and then go in from the back of the Leviathan board to bolt it down. The reason why you can't thread directly in through the top is you will have two threaded surfaces, and the starts may not line up, and so you may actually, you know, I forget the exact pitch on the M2.5, but you could have the heatsink attached, but then spaced off.
So is this heatsink threaded?
Yeah. Because so you know, like when you have two screws.
Maybe I'll just drill it out then.
Then do you have long 2.5 M2.5 screws?
It comes with it. See.
I mean, the easy thing for me is I just took the brass standoffs you had on the Leviathan board and put them into the, like, so right now there's the male portion is going into nuts, and you have it on the back side of the Leviathan board.
Yep.
And literally just take those and screw them into the back of the heatsink. And then take the socket heads that you removed from the top when you remove the Pi, and then put those in the bottom of the Leviathan board, and it bolts up just fine.
Yeah, I don't want to take the board off though. The clamps are on there kind of tight. Let's see. Let's drill this out because I'm a glutton for punishment. So.
Okay.
Yeah, where's my drill bit? By the way, chat, you guys can join in on Discord. Let's make tonight interesting.
Or are they not able to hear me?
Soft, but can hear him. Maybe that's just how he talks. Turn the volume up a little more. I turned his volume up a little higher, so maybe you guys can hear him a little bit better.
It's so funny watching you with a stream delay. Instead of coming off from Discord.
To have lost my drill bits. Lower the music? Alright. That's easy. Might just stop the music. We don't need music. Music is for fun streams. No idea where all my drill bits went.
I mean, can't you, there's two clips to pop the Leviathan off the DIN rail, right?
Yeah, you're making too much sense now.
And then you got access to the back of the board, and you can just, I mean, in theory, you can pull them off and just unscrew the nuts and let the nuts fall out.
All right, there we go. All right, so what you're saying is flip this over, screw it in from the bottom. And
yeah, my video feed's delayed by like 20 seconds, so give me a second to respond.
yeah, no worries.
Because I got the YouTube video delay.
No
Oh yeah,
worries.
yeah, you pulled it off. And so yeah, you just undo those nuts on the back, put the standoffs into the back of the aluminum heatsink, and then the little 4 socket heads that you initially had on the top, you'll just run those back through the bottom of the Leviathan board, and then that will mount everything up cleanly.
All right. Honestly.
Yeah, you're threading the screws into the standoffs, and so I mean, I would say just be careful in general. You don't want to over torque the brass standoffs and shear anything.
Right. Yeah.
Whilst I haven't had any issues at all in either of my 2 Tridents with this and any cooling issues, I don't have any additional cooling fans.
Oh no,
The reason for
LOS. This is for the pie.
Yeah, so I
This is
suggested to Armor that he that we have a there was a I think Geekworm P165-B heatsink for the Pi 4. It's like $7 on Amazon, and I'll post it in the stream chat. And that been working great for me on there, and it just the installation method works better when you put the because both are threaded. The standoffs have female threads and the heatsink has female threads, and so if you try to put a screw through it, there's a chance that the thread starts don't align, and you'll actually push the heatsink off of the making contact of the Pi.
hopefully you guys can hear him a little bit better. I turned his volume up.
It's just an assembly order thing, LOS. It's just like so like as you see it well, I mean it's going to come in 30 seconds, but David's putting the screws in, it bolts the heatsink to the Pi, and then you just take that and you will then put the Pi on the Leviathan, and it just reusing the hardware that came with it.
I wouldn't even necessarily call it a mod. Just a heatsink.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot easier than trying to fight with filling it up.
You just unclip it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You hang out with me long enough, you'll figure out that I like to do things the more difficult way.
Well, this is where it's like, and this is where I like this. It's just like, okay, yeah, you just put it upside, and I mentioned this last week or whatever you were building, you just put it in upside down.
Yeah.
And with that on mine, I think normally the Pis are running at like 46 or something like that. That I don't have, you don't need the additional fan when you have the side cooling fan. There's enough airflow over it too.
Yeah,
keep the pipe cool.
I don't think I was gonna really put a fan on it. I did have one other question for you. So the LED,
Sure.
the LEDs for the top, do those go?
No, okay, you dropped out. You were asking do they go what? And I'm not sure.
So the bracket for the LEDs, is that just in the front right here, and then it goes down the front, or where's the wiring route for the LEDs, or does it go down the back?
I'm not familiar with the LDO kit and the length of wiring that they have. In my scratch built, I run mine down the B motor extrusion in the gap behind the B motor.
On this side?
Again,
Yeah, the delay.
Yeah.
I always get the B mode. If you're looking at it, it's the one on the left.
That's the it goes it goes like a sheep. It's BA. So from left to right.
All right.
The
Repo
A motor
man, don't think I didn't see that you didn't just poke in and then leave. All right.
Oh, I'm gonna point out that you have your it looks like your wire management thing is it might be the correct side.
Are you talking about these pieces right here? Oops, maybe. All right. So these are the LEDs. All right. I'm gonna start running the wires. So
okay, so I just saw your point. That is correct for the Z chain. I was looking at I think the
the part in the corner.
Yeah, the part in the corner is pointing towards the side of the printer. It needs to point towards the back of the printer. So that's probably your A side instead of the B side.
Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Again, I would probably still run the LED with the power side back towards the rear of the printer because you will have the ability to like that one. You might be able to snake through the extrusion behind the B motor. It's something I've done for clean wiring. Let me rotate my printer. I'll send you a picture in stream chat because it's.
You know what? I put that heatsink on. I forgot to put the thermal paste on.
Oh.
Whatever.
Well, okay. It's easy enough to take off.
Yeah, I'll do it later. I'm not worried about it right now. It's something I can do later because I think I'm going to change the mounts for the Leviathan too. I have a new one that's that I'll be printing later. So, let's see. This is the bed wire. This is bed wire. So this has a ferrule on both sides. Oh, I got you, Repo Man. No worries. Bed ground. Side. Anyone here familiar with the Doom Cube?
I mean, I know of it.
I'm building a Doom Cube 2.4 right now. And it is quite confusing.
I mean, it's just a 2.4 with extra panels.
It feels like there's so much more. It just feels like so much extra. So here I'm going to open up the docs for the LDO kit. Go back over to OBS so I can share the right screen. All right. So I don't know if you can see my screen, but this is the wire connection that it has for the LEDs, but it doesn't show you which corner it is. But it does have, I think this might be a cable chain. So this might be on the Y cable chain side.
Yeah, it looks like that actually is. That would be on the.
Like on the inside back here.
I think it's going to be on the A side.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's on the A side. So prepare the inlet.
Point being, I think your wire depends how short your wire is. It might be easier to run them on the B side, because the LED header is currently on essentially your front left of the Leviathan. The front left.
Yep, it is.
XH.
Yep, it's right here.
On there is going to be where the LEDs are going to pull. The LED strips are going to plug in. And fair warning, I've had someone build this LDO kit. I've heard that they are super bright, so you may want to go through before plugging them in and enabling them in your config. You may want to set a lower brightness set in there.
I think what I'll do is I'll probably set it up similar to how my switch wire set up, and I can actually dim it.
Oh yeah, no, there's stuff in the example config. I think LDO just starts it off at 100%. And I know I have 2 daylights on a stick in my printers, and I run those at 20%. So
yeah. I already switched the power supply because I knew that was going to be an issue. Because I'm absent-minded like that. Sorry, guys. There we go. So weird. Sometimes I hate OBS. All right. Hopefully the layout looks good. You guys, I apologize in advance. So, all right, so this actually. Oh my god! Every time I move the screen on my side, it changes. All right. Where is the wiring guide for Rev D? What's up, Bob? Bob, we are wiring. Eric, we are running the E3D PZ probe in this for now. We're going to be wiring that up soon. I just watched Modbot's video again and realized how I want to wire it up. Where's the other wiring diagram? There we go. This is the one. Hey, Rogue, I'm actually pretty surprised that nobody else wanted to join the voice chat tonight.
They just need to join your Discord. Maybe they don't want to deal with that. I don't know. Do you have the link in the description?
I do have the link in the description. So if anybody wants to have their voice show up on stream, join the Discord and join the voice chat. I'd love to talk to you guys. I think you don't see a lot of streamers doing this either.
No, because they don't have control over what someone may say.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm hoping that everyone here is respectful and, you know, not a whole bunch of jerks here, so it'd be nice if
How respectful do I have to be?
You know, pretty respectful would be nice.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm not asking for a group of angels, but
I will say one thing.
A little bit.
What's that?
Said I'll join in for a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be helping Jeremy later tonight on his cell changer, so.
I will say something else you may want to consider doing is, at least for the helper or the people that are joining you, giving them a copy of your stream with Discord timing would be more convenient than waiting for it to show up 30 seconds later on YouTube and saying, "Oh yeah, this thing I'm pointing at," and I'm like,
yeah,
well,
you know, I wish there was a way that I could just eliminate the stream delay altogether. What's up, Drevik? How you doing?
Well, I know what you could do is you could set up OBSs to generate a virtual webcam of your output, and then point Discord to use that virtual webcam as your camera.
Yeah, that's still something I'm trying to figure out. I did that with Ref, and when we did that the stream about Shake Tune, and I think we used Teams for that.
Oh,
and
okay.
it was such a pain in the butt. It was such a pain. Almost like saran wrapping the stuff. You working on anything tonight?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on making sure you don't screw up.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't think there's any amount of guidance that will stop that from happening.
An attempt was made.
What about you, Kegel?
Not really anything tonight. All the family's out of town, so.
Yeah. Am I saying that right now that I actually have you on voice?
Oh yeah, you're saying it right.
Now, is it supposed to be like the exercises?
No, that's Kegel. Spelled a little different. But yeah, I get that all the time.
Yeah. One thing I did forget to run is put a couple of these cable raceways down the side, like.
Before you finish fighting with that one, well, it looks like you are just finished fighting with it now.
No,
I was going to say...
I just put it in place. I can change it later. It's no big deal.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, because that's where I have my LED wires hidden, is in that side one that you just put on.
Okay.
And then for your front electronic, your front Z motor mounts, you did the two with the camera cutouts.
I believe so.
Okay, because then the other option is you could run them up through there and then just undo. They're a little complex to get at, but like, so you could undo the 4M5s and then unthread the motor and then lift it up and run the wire through there in that front corner. But that depends what you want to do.
Say that again. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at these, and oh no, yeah, they do have the wire channel. They do have the wire channel.
Yep.
Sorry, I was cutting. I didn't hear you. I was concentrating on not slicing my finger open.
That's very important.
Well, I do have a tendency of cutting myself, so I don't know if you were there for the cheaty the stream that I added cartographer to the +4.
I think I was there. I can't remember.
Was scraping the foam off of the printer and ended up slicing it. Yeah, that was the one Repo Man made a bet with Repo Man. And like a gentleman, he paid up.
Ah, Nemesis. How's it going?
It's warm.
What's going on? Happy to see some more people join in the voice chat. Let's good time keeping it civil.
Yeah, so Nemesis. Oh, sorry.
You're gonna have me for a little bit. I'm on my lunch break.
Oh, lunch break, you said?
Yep.
Nemesis has recently built 2 LDO Rev D kits on Trident. So, Nemesis, what was your recommendation for doing the LED strip? What position did you run the wire for that?
At the front of the machine, the right rear upright up to the back, on the right side with the CAN cable.
Okay, so the A mount. Okay.
What's up, Mike?
That's what you're recommending. The LED strip. Wire.
Yeah, I ran the white LEDs on the right side and the RGBs on the left. Just that way it was easy to see which one was which.
Okay.
Hello.
What's going on?
Oh, you know.
So this is
And see the faults within.
so I'm actually really happy that the Leviathan has normal plugs like an octopus and not those big giant ones like the Kraken.
The Kraken,
all the people in the voice chat.
yeah, the Kraken is needed that because I think what they go up to is either 4 amps or 8 amps. I can't remember. And then the XH can't handle that safely.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Howdy.
What's up? I can't see the chat, so I don't know whose voice we're listening to right now.
Looks like either Robot Overload or oh no, it's Mike.
No.
And less safe.
Back middle is Z1 or Z2?
Z1. Front left is Z. Then you go clockwise and you count. So Z, Z1, and Z2.
Mm-hmm.
Z1 and Z2.
So is the goal to push plastic tonight, or is it going to be just at least getting it powered up?
Oh, I don't think I'll be pushing plastic.
Come on, that'd be
That would-
fun.
I think that would be very ambitious. Very ambitious. No, what was it last week? What did I do? I streamed for like 5 hours. Oh, thank you, Happy. I will say that it took me a very long time to pick out colors for this build.
Yeah, I love the purple on the violet void.
Yeah.
Is so nice against that green and the gray.
So that, you know, Jigsaw will attest. You know, when I was picking colors, I went through like several work faster. Thanks, Havoc. I went through several color combinations to try to find one that would work, and I knew I wanted to do the LDO lime. I just wasn't sure how much of it and how much of it could touch the purple without it clashing.
Yeah, and I think you had a good balance there.
Yeah, I didn't want to overdo it.
I've still yet to build a printer that's not all black and gray.
Mine are kind of funny. So the first one I built was black and green with the space gray frame, and that sort of was a throwback to the first printer I built in like 2012, where I was using acrylic in there, and that was the fluorescent green acrylic and black acrylic. And then it was all stainless steel hardware. It was a laser cut acrylic Mendel. And the other one I just built recently, I swapped my black and gray, so the frame is now black, and then the primary color is gray. They're both got green accent, and they're both really nice.
Oh, tell the truth. You ripped off my colors.
The next one that I'm building is gray, orange, and like tan natural ABS. So it's going to be like an old school industrial console piece of equipment.
That Mike.
Whoa!
Was that Mike?
Yes, that was Mike who was talking.
All right, guys, I got to show you something that Mike sent me. Okay.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it. So Mike over here was kind enough to send me a build plate with my logo lasered into it. So check this out. I don't know how well the camera's gonna pick it up, but this thing. And on the other side, heating pattern up. I have not had the chance to print on this yet, but honestly, I don't want to screw it up. So,
I mean, if you screw it up, I know where you can get another one.
yeah. But yeah, this thing is so cool. This thing is so cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, Predator build plate. You know what's funny is that when I so I used AI to use that that logo and to make that logo, and I didn't even think that it kind of had like a Predator type look to it. So that's pretty funny. What's up, Wick Central? All right, so this is. So I got two wiring harnesses. One this is to 48 volt and one to 24 volt.
Well, you don't need to. They're both 24 because you don't have a second 48 volt power supply.
Yeah.
But essentially, that input can be used later. Essentially, that powers the AB motors.
Yep. Where's my screwdriver?
Kegel, you're getting some background noise. So,
sorry. Move that fan up.
Yeah, maybe set up a noise gate.
Thank you. How's that printer coming along, Mike?
Slowly.
Slowly.
I'm still waiting on a couple spools of filament to come in.
Yeah.
And I need to finish that whole bed deal so I can move stuff around in my room so I can actually work in there.
What's up, Maker My Nexus? What's up, Kenneth? All right, so.
Once you put the top plate on, you'll never see it.
Actually, the top plate's going to be clear.
That.
The top plate's going to be clear.
Yeah, then you want to take your time.
I'm here to hassle him about wiring. That's it.
Well, if this was any other printer, I'd be done with wiring.
Yeah, because you just throw it all in there.
Hey, if it works, function over form.
That's right.
Please don't say that. I'll be out of a job.
Yeah. If I had it my way, I would just do. Well, I guess I do technically have it my way, but I got people like Precursor in chat who will hound me if my wiring isn't pristine. That's about as good as that one's going. Oh yeah, LTX, how's that box turtle coming along? This one actually isn't going to go here. It's just going to kind of. And we got 2 motherboard.
Is that better? Do y'all hear that background noise anymore?
Oh yeah, no, it's good. Good.
Yep. It was fine for the most part. It was just occasionally it was hitting past the noise gate threshold, and so it was churning on.
Gotcha.
I'm good unless these dogs start acting up.
Yeah, it was more just a wind whistle or whoosh thing, and it was just like, oh, okay, but we're streaming here to YouTube, so
yeah, I understand.
I don't mind. It's all good. Oh,
So I can start beating some of the hammer, and you won't mind.
I won't mind, but that's not to say that somebody else wouldn't.
Yeah.
I think we all know how chill I am. I had a little screw. Do with it.
It was
What
in
was
your
I doing?
hand 2 seconds ago.
No, not that one. A little one.
Well, it was good chatting with you. I'm gonna go ahead and head out.
See ya.
Yeah, have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. It was on the 2.4.
This reminds me, I've actually got some wiring projects I need to finish up before I head out Friday.
Going anywhere good? Going anywhere good?
Murph. Heading out to Murph Friday.
Nice.
I'm super
Very-
duper excited.
Jelly.
Make sure I'm gonna take lots of pics.
So for the frame ground, you just bolt it anywhere in the extrusion?
Anywhere that's touching metal.
Okay, yeah, that looks pretty sweet.
Who's that?
Robot.
What's up, man?
I am like way behind. I must have hit pause at one point. I just saw the build plate.
Oh, you just yeah. You're a little behind.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, it should be this far behind because I mean I'm working on getting something started to print and going back and forth, and sometimes I take my headphones off. So I'm like, I miss stuff. So it's like no big deal. Then all of a sudden you just put it up. I'm like, wait a second, no.
just a little behind. A little.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some stream delay.
That would be some pretty bad. Hey, what's up, Down Under? I apologize in advance, guys, if I'm not looking at chat as often.
You're a little busy.
Yeah, I'm trying to do this.
Speaking of doing it right, I know you said you're going to go take the heatsink off later, but at that point you probably need to pull the Leviathan out, and you keep plugging more and more cables into it.
Oh man.
He's gonna do it the hard way.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, okay. Just thinking out loud here.
I'm making sense. I did. Let me do that. What's up, 3D
All right,
Medic?
I'm gonna hop off a Discord here. I'm gonna still keep watching the stream on the side,
Okay.
and just that way you guys don't hear me building an engine in the background.
Okay, see you around.
Yep. If I get when I get done, I'll come back.
All right. I'll be here.
All right.
That's right, Eric. Why make things easy?
I mean, I wasn't going to say anything because you really wanted to get started on that, but I'm like, you're just going to make it much harder at some point.
That's my favorite thing about streams is just watching it from the couch going, oh, you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah, sure.
Look at this idiot.
Yeah, he's just, yeah.
Look at this dumbass doing everything the hard way.
Hey, we gotta learn somehow, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it's probably nice that you couldn't find your drill bits, because then you.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times I've had a project, and it's probably best I didn't find the drill bits.
It's probably a good thing that my drill bits have ran away from me.
Oh, I did put that in the wrong folder, but that works. Okay. Oh, come on, Orca. Thank you.
Sounds like my build. Yeah.
No, what happened was I had opened Orca, was loading a part in, hit the open window, and then I dragged the part in, and so it put a prompt underneath the open window, and it was just like order of operations that it was complaining of, stuff wasn't right.
And like putting thermal grease on a pie before you screw the heatsink.
Well, yeah, I mean, see, the thing is again, there's a stream delay and stuff like that, and I saw you do that, and I figured you were smart enough to just go through and put all that together at that one point.
I don't know why you would assume that.
Benefit of the doubt.
Well, I appreciate it, but you've been around long enough that you should. I got this white packet of thermal grease right in front of me too. Hey, does anybody know of any projects you can do with a Q5? FLSN Q5?
Makes a nice paperweight.
I think they don't. Aren't those the ones that catch on fire?
No.
I don't think.
I don't know.
You could attempt to build the door on Velta.
Does that use the same parts?
Really, when he was designing it, he wanted to reuse it. In the end, all he ended up using was the rods for the arms, and everything else was just fresh.
I feel like that's pretty common with like conversion builds, like with the Ender 3 NG. Like the original goal was to reuse a lot of the Ender 3, and I think on my blue one, the only thing that stayed the same, well, the only thing that's the Ender 3 on that is the frame.
Well, with a printer like the NG, you can build a functional printer using most of the Ender 3.
You sure
but
can.
Then once you get into it and start tuning,
once the
you realize, oh, I want to replace this. Oh, I want to replace this.
Scope creep comes in.
I was excited, and I was like, man, I got all these extra Enders. I'm going to build a couple of them. I think I'm just going to end up building 2.
Yeah, I have 3. Currently only one of them is functional, and that's because well, actually technically they're all functional. Just the green one is down because I'm doing some box turtle work. And the pink one, I just actually I gave up on the bamboo hot M, and I took the Revo that was originally that came with this kit. And I put the Revo on that.
I've been really happy with the TZ V6 2.0 hot end. So it's a bamboo melt zone with a dragon mount.
I think that's literally the one that I got with the Enderwire kit I got.
I've been really happy with those if you can get them for cheap. Again, with tariffs and stuff, things have gotten more expensive. But I used to be able to get those for like $12. Throw a 65 watt heater on those, and those things were good for the money.
So this one, all right. So this is for the Nighthawk tool headboard. Appreciate that LDO puts a little bit of paint marker on the top of the tool headboard thing.
Yeah. Just makes it easier.
A little bit more dummy proof.
I will say again, I've been impressed with actually the quality that LDO puts into the design boards. I had a mistake where I was waiting for my correct size frame to get shipped. I had gotten ordered 300 and got shipped to 350. And so I was going through and setting up the software beforehand. So flashing the Leviathan and then using, CanBridge and flashing the tool headboard to get all that set up. And at one point I said, I didn't want to use my PTFE wire and, cut it to length or whatever, or waste crimps and stuff like that. And so I had just grabbed some speaker wire I had sitting around because temperature didn't matter. It's just bench testing.
Mm-hmm.
And I screwed up and I couldn't remember if I had left the white stripe as the ground or if that was the white stripe as positive. And so at one point I reverse polarity'd the input into the Leviathan, and I credit it with its design from actually saving my tool headboard from seeing reverse polarity, because on the power input they actually go through and have reverse polarity protection. And then since I was using the CAN output and using it in CanBridge, it saved all the downstream devices. So I know people are, it's got soldered drivers, but the fact that they actually have more space for the drivers, you have more heat sinking. So I haven't had any thermal issues in it at all with it. And then they have space that you could do that and then protect, better protection for stuff like that. Not that it's something that I want to continue testing, but yeah, I'm thankful that it didn't blow up.
That's a little scary.
Now I remember why I didn't start this print. It's 8 hours. Good grief.
And that's why I run those overnight.
That's not too long.
No, it's not. It's just that it was so my dad wanted a mount for some of his Ethernet equipment in his rack mount. And I was like, yeah, I can print that. And it's like, oh, yeah, here's an existing design. And I throw it into the slicer and it says, actually, it's 9 hours. But yeah, it's like, oh, good grief. That's why I didn't start that one right off. I believe a lot of this is has a massive vertical hex grid, so there's a lot of transitioning between the little pins on the hex, and so that's going to slow down everything.
I'm listening. I'm just not responding.
Oh,
What's up,
that
Blau?
was just
I was gonna say you don't love us anymore.
If I didn't love you, I'd delete everything.
All right.
right.
I'm going to step out because Taco Bell just got here, and you guys don't need to hear me demolish these burritos.
We don't need to hear the aftermath of it.
No, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Everyone else will suffer.
Good luck.
At this point, I'm able to eat food, and I enjoy it.
Enjoy it.
All right. I'll still be watching, though.
All right, man. Have a good one. All right, so we have wire. To motherboard, high voltage. That's the 48 one. To motherboard, 48. Wait, what is this? I don't need the high voltage stuff.
yes, you do. Those are your AB motors. I mean, assume you want to actually print with it.
Does that go to the right side of the board?
Yes.
You need that. So the motor and the board have two separate power inputs. Gotcha.
Well, so the 2209s, the 5 2209s on the board have a separate power input from the two 5160s that have the big heat sinks on it.
Huh.
And that's so that you can run, like your printer will be fine, you can run them at 24 volts, both. But because of the separate power input means that if you did want to run 48 volts, then you can, and just for the AB, then you can just replace that. Because otherwise the 2209s don't support the voltage input.
Right.
And you wouldn't release the magic smoke.
Don't want it.
Always bad.
Yeah.
So now we need to hook up the. Missing a cable. One brown one right here for the SSR.
For the other ones, that would probably, you're going to have one cable from the Lagos to the SSR. The other ones might be attached to the bed.
The bed, yes, that's right. That's right. So then,
Yeah, and actually now seeing the video, yeah, you have that blue cable that would be the neutral that needs to run to the bed.
yep, and that goes into spot 2. Yep, that makes sense. Don't mind me. Sometimes I get brain farts when I do wiring. That stream I did the 40.
We were talking about the LDO Leviathan. That's the integrated control board. It's really nice because it also has the power supply for the Pi as well, which
Yeah,
David
that's
has
really
yet
nice.
to connect yet.
Yep, I did not connect that yet.
Oh, go ahead and use the Pi 5 adapter board from the Leviathan. It's just this. I was complaining to LDO about this, but essentially it's just external versus internal placement of the power connector for the UART.
Okay.
Because Pi 5s normally would have, like, if you have a I think they require a heatsink, but then you can't. Well, wow, what am I trying to say here? Yeah, even though you have a Pi 4, you can still use the Pi 5 because the pinout header is the same. It's just the extension sits out to the side. Havoc, they actually have an expansion board that will give you 2 more 5160 boards that will plug into the expansion on the side, and then also it gives you some 12-volt fan headers.
How about this one right here?
Oh, you have one?
The one, yeah.
Nice.
That,
Well, you got to show that off because
it actually came in. So this was kind of like a special little gift from LDO. I remember I was talking with them a couple weeks ago about getting a T-shirt to wear on stream, and sorry, the mic. So talking with them about getting a T-shirt for stream, and next thing I know, a couple days later, I get a box delivered. It was actually after one of my last streams. No, it wasn't my last stream. It was the one before that. Because last stream I was wearing the T-shirt. But here's the expansion board. So inside my little gift box that I got was a couple T-shirts, which we talked about, and then there was this expansion board, a Leviathan, the new board for the rear of the box turtle, and a spool of LDO filament. Yeah, so this is the expansion board.
yeah, I think it's got a couple. I can't remember right off the top of my head. It's either got a couple additional thermistors. It's got 2 more protected 5160 drivers.
2 more steppers. It looks like it's got 2 more fans, 2 more thermistors, and then you have your high voltage here, and then it comes with your power input on both sides. But this one, it comes with a little bridge.
Yeah, so the goal of the bridge is to go connect it into the existing high voltage input for the other 2 drivers.
Yep. Yeah, so it just comes with a little bridge for that. And then, yeah, so 2 fans, 2 thermistors,
and they're also
and 2 drivers.
12-volt fans. That was the one thing that I found that they were missing on the existing board, is that they didn't have 12-volt option.
There's jumpers, so you could be 12-volt or 24. So there's jumpers right there.
Yeah, the main board's only 24 or 5. So that's where this nice. If you need that, then you don't have to add another 12-volt supply.
Yeah. So I think eventually I might put this on this printer. We'll see.
You're gonna go quad XY on this?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It's not beneath me. Or above me, I guess.
Let's get this serialized first.
So actually, funny story about that. My switch wire still is not serialized, and that is because Reddit is not letting me post the video.
I think I had to verify the email account first, and then it allowed me to do that.
Okay.
But I know initially, I eventually got it posted.
It would just be nice to not have to do it through Reddit.
The Voron team is aware of it. It was one of my complaints as well. And it's not like you need to actually have the account for anything else.
Yeah.
So Havoc, I actually still like using the Mellow boards. I actually use Mellow toolhead boards because the new stuff has the built-in eddy current sensor, the LDC 1612. Both of my printers use a Mellow V3 board with that over CAN to the CAN bridge in the Leviathan.
Oh. I have not used a Mellow board yet.
They're different. I like some of the features that they added. Again, they were like the first one that, for like when I was looking at building the first printer, that they had, you know, what cartographer is $35 or something like that, or at least it was.
Yep.
You're running, is that the toolhead board wire? If you're doing that, you're going the long way around.
Yeah. I'm actually.
I was going to say that, yeah, they, for $35, I picked up the entire toolhead board, and it had everything on it, and then it had the equivalent, the built-in eddy current sensor option. The only downside I have with them is that they, and I didn't realize this at the time, but they are using the LAS 2DW instead of the ADXL345. So input shaping, I know Reth really doesn't like, and a couple other people don't like the LAS 2DW for the input shaper. So if they made another version with the ADXL345, I'd be pretty happy with them, I think.
I've yet to use a Mellow board. And actually, this Leviathan will be my first non Big Tree Tech board.
Again, I was super happy with my first one. I know people are like, "Oh yeah, you burn a driver and the board's dead." And there is some risk of that, but also because of the additional area and stuff like that, there's a lot of ability to put additional protection circuitry on the board. So there's, I don't think it's going to be as easy to damage a driver because of that. I'm not saying that that's going to work the same for everyone, but yeah.
Sure.
Wait, where are you going with that? I'm delayed, but where are you going with that toolhead board cable?
Out the back.
It should go up through your A motor mount.
So it's not going to go in the cable chain.
That's fine. It goes up through the A motor mount.
So I have
okay.
So I should preference this. I have the pug center skirt. So it's going to go out the center skirt and up through the back.
I'm not saying that you can't do that. I know I've routed both my umbilicals up through the A motor mount and then zip tied it across to the center, so it joins where the filament Bowden tube comes through, so that you get similar stuff for I know Reth is saying yes, you want it to go through there, and for the 2.4 that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is
Follow what Rest suggested. I will say though, if you're not running cable chains though, then you have the cable chain mount on your Actually, if you're not running cable chains,
I'm still gonna run the Y cable chain because I have the end stops for X and Y over there.
Well, I mean, if you're going through this effort of changing things, you could drop the Y cable chain if you printed the little end stop switch thing and put it on the bottom of the A mount, and then just put the X end stop on the tool head.
Yeah, I could do that. Probably at a later date.
Yeah. Then you don't need to deal with cable chains.
Yeah.
I will say I really like that little end stop mount that the Trident has for default on the Y. It's really clean and completely invisible.
Yes.
And then X is, you know, okay, you mount it onto the gantry with the tool head board, and it's pretty clean and easy to deal with.
Don't how get both. Know that I have to do this before I run the cable. What's up, Jason? Just gotta sit down real quick.
Yeah, Nemesis, I get the other option. I was just, you know, with Trident, when the cutout existing in the A motor mount, it's easy enough to potentially just have all your wires internal, and essentially get the same mounting point. So there's Nemesis. There's also 2 additional end stop pins on the Nighthawk SB, or 2 GPIO pins that, depending on how good David is at soldering, we can put pin headers on and connect addition. There's so we can two more stuff that we can put end stop switches on as well.
How do you get this in here?
Darubu, those are symmetrical beefy front idlers. They are, I believe, one of the remixes that was posted on printables.
Yes.
And I think that was this is a modified version of Django's, because Django added text, and this one is the Trident remix of that.
What am I doing wrong here?
You've got everything off screen to begin with.
What's that?
You've got everything off screen to begin with.
I know. It's just I'm trying to put these plug mounts in. I don't want to cooperate.
Wouldn't there be like a screw plate or something else like that normally to hold them in? Or are they supposed to snap into that plate?
So I think it snaps into the back. And then for the rear skirt, there's a screw that you. Geez, I can't.
Are you trying to put those through the ECAS socket?
No. The center one is for the PW tube. The 2 on the side are for.
Seems like the one you were trying to put it in was the smaller.
I can see the.
Okay. Waiting for stream delay. Okay, yeah, it looks like I guess there could be two options then.
That's not,
The one on the that you don't have the cable going through looks like it is larger. I don't know.
I think it only looks that way because
Yeah, and it could be the angle of the camera.
what did I only take one out? Oh man. So you working on any projects right now or Rogue?
Were you talking? In theory, I should be eventually finishing up my Tiny T 185. There's a couple more things I need to design for it. Essentially, the big ones are I need to do the side skirts for the fans, and then essentially then I need just to get the bottom plate cut. Though I am waiting from Vital E3D CNC mounts coming. I'm looking forward to those.
Yeah. I gotta get photographer or for that I just got running tap right now.
I never ran it, only just because it was interesting. Yes, LOS. I'm optimizing for a 185 Tiny T, so it by default is set for. I just wanted it to be as small as possible, and so actually I went through the effort of actually getting 235 millimeter rails ordered, but yeah, it's using 185 build plates, and or I've then worked and modified a bed for that should be A1 mini compatible, so the consumables are super inexpensive.
I think I do put a hold.
LLS, which side did you do? Which size did you make? How'd you get 200? You get custom lead screws? Because I've got 185 by 170, and that's using the V0 motor mounts or V0 motors.
Sorry, guys, I'm kind of in the zone right now, so I'm being super daddy. Thank you, Asia. Wanted to make my stream proud. Put some fresh EP2 grease on the rails today, and it just smells so bad.
Yeah, there was some. I remember it was years ago. I got a bearing greaser, and I had some red tacky grease that was recommended at that time for the. It's kind of cool because it smells kind of minty. And so I always like using that. But yeah, the EP2 it's not a super pleasant one.
It reminds me of like so bed L, the heat pad to load 1. to the Wago. I've always used IPA for my rail, but that doesn't really.
It might be better. Though, I mean, one thing I would be cautious about using mineral spirits is making sure that that won't attack any of the seals. I think it might be better as a solvent for the general the grease, because I ran into this myself when I was re-greasing a set of rails, that the rubbing alcohol really didn't seem to dissolve the grease. It isn't a good solvent for the grease, or at least for EP2, and so I can see where mineral spirits could be that. I would also then just be slightly cautious about making sure that that doesn't attack the rubber seals. I have no experience in this, though.
That goes to TH0, TH1. Head wires. That's okay. Brake clean. WD-40 cleans grease off pretty good. Thank you, Havoc. So, if anyone can tell, I really dislike wiring.
It's so whatever. I say once you get into it, you get into the groove, you just do it, and it's just soothing in a way.
I mean, sure. Z-stop I don't need. LED strip. The PCB fan. Goes to fan 2.
Oh, LOS, I see what you're doing. So you have regular Trident motors, it looks like, then, because you have yours stick up way more. Oh yeah, and you even had to space them down so that you would get clearance. Let me hot link a video here. Yep. No, I get it. I specifically went through and was I chose my components to well, again, I went off the Tiny T bomb. I didn't have any spare stuff, so I went and just got it was easier to actually I found a set of salad fork motors, a full set, and just not use any of the extruder or AB motors in there. Let me see, where's the electronics bay for that one? There we go. I'm pretty happy how that wiring turned out.
Chain.
Yes, LLS. I actually have that again. So that's the Tiny T185, and I've got it running 48 volts with 2504s, and all the electronics are fitting within that electronics bay. Actually, I'm surprised how easy it was to wire the Leviathan in that. You know, I was expecting with Tiny T, it's going to be a giant pain in the butt just because of how small it is, and Leviathan made that build so easy.
So let me grab. So we have different length.
I think also you have a couple extra links, if I remember.
Yes.
include some of that? Mike, one of my favorite things I did is I've actually gone through and for the two builds I've done is I've gone and added Molex connectors to disconnect the bed on my Tridents. So all of the wires running up. I know a lot of people will use Wagos, but with the correct pins and housings, you can get them with enough current capability to completely disconnect the wiring on a Trident, and makes it really easy. Oh, see, I was doing it but for non-standard connectors so that it was easy to work on.
Seriously.
Yes, LOS, I specifically left extra capacity in there for doing the bed fans as well. And it's supposed to have like bed fans and RGB serial number plates if I wanted to do that underneath the bed, or like something else like a progress indicator or something else like that.
So this thing like this one, but I think I need to put the
So do you have your rear Z all the way up at the top of travel?
yes.
Okay. And I was going to say there was the other instructions I don't think you did. There's the potential to modify the upper link to allow more downwards rotation.
Is that in the manual?
I think it's in the extension, the LDO extensions. I think it's optional though, and I think like if you use the extra link, I think you're fine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use the extra link. So I have the base plate that I'm just gonna kind of bolt down, and then just add links until it gets to it.
Yep.
It's just needs one extra.
And I'll point out, because I missed this, I think, well, I caught it on the second printer I finally made. There's actually a little zip tie hole in that lower mount that will make zip tying the cables that go through there nice and easy to manage. The first one I missed that one. David, Django is asking, why aren't you done yet?
Not here.
Oh.
Yes. What I want to know is, why isn't Django in voice chat? Why doesn't he say that himself? There, Django. Django, why aren't you done with your Doom Cube yet?
He asks, Django asks, are you trying to get demonetized? Jason, what are you trying to flash? I've done this a couple of times. Actually, Nemesis can attest to this. I've walked him through it a couple of times as well. Let's see. That one.
What you trying to do?
He's trying to flash Orbiter O2 board, and I was just trying to remember if that one is. I think that one's USB, if I remember. Oh, but that one isn't that one of the ones that I think I remember. That one you have to do crazy stuff with the clipper config, the user manual. I remember that. I think when Steve was using it on one of his printers. Yeah, they use a slightly different STM32, and I think you needed to go through and turn off specific build options in there to get it to fit flash size wise. Are you putting catapult on it, or are you just flashing it directly? And I guess I would say define clipper not being happy with it, because if you're connecting to it, then it can be a software config, and it's not, you don't need to reflash it. But if you're having issues seeing the device string in the serial ls serial command. Yeah, Brad, I was going to suggest that as well. Esoterical's guide is really good for all of this. Well, he also has one for USB. So if you, instead of usb.esoterical.online, instead of canvas.esoterical.online, if you do USB, then he has a lot of that set up for the boards.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know he came out with a.
Interestingly, though, the orbiters are not in there. If you weren't doing stuff with David here, I'd try and help out more. But I've only got one. Well, okay, but then it'd just be easier to not deal with it on stream, type of thing.
I think I'm pretty good right now.
Yeah, I know. I was just gonna say, but you know.
Gotcha.
See. Just twice? I think we passed that a little whiles, but yeah. I think you need to get the cable chains to go the other way around. Because the backside tail is supposed to go towards the A motor mount.
Backwards.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to curl towards the back instead of the front. Oh, easy. So, Jason, just your error log says you need to reflash your MCU and I think beacon. Orbitool is up to date. Your MCU is too old. And we'll see if beacon needs to be updated. We'll worry about the ADC max later, I think, but though that may just be not in your sample config. Oh yeah, that would be a good thing. I didn't know you had those. If I don't know, but I was gonna say if you don't end up planning, if you're gonna do the annex clips, then you should have a whole bunch of hammerheads left over.
Yeah, but
Oh, I don't know.
I have. I don't need to put one in.
I don't know. I haven't actually installed these backers on any of my printers.
Yeah, screw. Titanium screws, fancy.
Gotta go design some of those for my 185 printer at some point. Because that one's just the Go Extra printer.
What is it?
My Tiny T185. That's my Go Extra.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Look, it's a 185 printer, but it's running 48 volts with 2504s. The current velocity I'm getting on it from, in theory, it can go faster, but it's set at 750 velocity and 25 kxl
Nice.
for travel moves. There's some debate because I was going through people in the Voron Discord whether at what point, because in theory it can do 1,400 velocity, but then the acceleration needs to drop. And so there's this curve, and I'm trying to figure out which point is the fastest. And there was a discussion of what's faster, and you'd have to look at the travel distance that you're going for, and then maybe set velocity and accelerations different depending on the travel distance. But yeah, waiting on Vitali mounts because I found out my XY mount was not up to snuff and was flexing. But I think if memory serves me, I'm like 30K recommended Excel for X and 10K on Y, which is pretty good. I think like my 300 I get is, again, it's Y limited, and that's at 5,000 to 6,000. So hopefully even the more rigid mount will be even better. We'll see what happens once that shows up.
Hopefully, I'm sure it's not cheap.
$30?
Oh, is that? Oh.
Or the Tiny T?
No, the mounts.
Nah, the Vitali mounts are pretty inexpensive. Yeah, again, like the Dragon Burner mount for the ant head I'm running is like $30. And then he did a custom variant XY joints, and then I also got those custom anodized to hopefully match the printer gray that I have. Hey, Jason, if you're still around, something I'll post you a link to it, but something I would suggest is I've become a big fan of using Clipper UCam, which means that when you need to reflash your devices later, it's simple as running the script. And once you've written the config file, it's pretty automatic. I do that, and then if you put every board with Catapult on it, then it will know how to build and configure for each of those boards. Oops, that's Clown Hammer.
Is chat moving along? The last thing I see is oh yeah, now I see it.
Yep. Yeah, it takes a little bit to set up, but essentially once I've done the I don't know if you're using CanBridge on your main board, but for the other ones, I have that on. In theory, you may not need Catapult because apparently I've heard that you can send a Clipper command and kips it in the bootloader. I've just gotten into the habit of putting Catapult on all of my devices, and then yeah, I've even done it over where I had a toolhead board for Serial and was able to update that remotely once I got that configured. So I will give you the one thing is you will need to set it up the first time when you run the executable. You need to do it with a -M flag, and it's in the, I don't know if it's in the user guide exactly, but that will then set up for the make menu config, so that then when you go through and set up the config, it will save that make menu config for that board. And then when you run it later without having that in there, it will pull in the make menu config, build the firmware, and then flash it through the config file that you have set up. Speaking of, David, how are you planning on setting up your OS? What OS are you going to put on this?
Like you talking like mainsail or fluid?
Well, I mean, that's the front end technically, but like, yeah, would you be using like mainsail OS, or are you going to install from?
Nope. So I already flashed the Pi, and I put mainsail OS on it.
Okay. I think that you should have the latest version, because I was going to say the other way was if you set up the light image with Kaya, and then go through from there.
Yeah, I usually always go with the mainsail OS just because it's what I'm used to.
Yep. One of my printers is set up with mainsail OS. The other one is set up with Kaya. Just because there was an issue at one point with mainsail OS being slightly old, and that there was some kernel updates that fixed the CAN communication.
Okay.
Not that you need to worry about it right now, because this is over USB, but yeah. Turtle, I would, and very much am considering it. The problem is not all of the hardware I have is supported well. Actually, maybe it is now that I've messing with Eddie and G, but otherwise, yeah. Actually, I still haven't gotten Eddie and G to give me as good as a mesh as the basic clipper. The clipper with the LDC 1612. I've been talking with Vlad about that.
I'm using it Eddie and G on my Mercury.
Yeah, the one thing was, and this is just converting between that, the mesh calibration wasn't as flat. And so that's where I'm talking with Vlad on it.
He's a good guy.
Seeing why. Yeah.
Very helpful.
Yeah, Brad, I would also looking at one of the things that would be is Eric Zimmerman has a Git backup, and that just makes as much as it may not, the quality of your config or writing is it would be one thing, but then making sure you don't lose it once you've gotten it working. The other thing that I would say would be important. Because once you spend all that time getting it working, it's nice to be able to just restore from backup and then not have it. You can make a backup on the disk image, but then if the disk dies, then you're still screwed. I mean, in theory, you don't necessarily have to use either like GitHub as well. If you could, have a self-hosted Git instance or something else like that, and then back up to that if you wanted it locally as well. Yeah, that's where my main printer I have that's actually working is I have backed up to Git. The second one hasn't finished commissioning yet, so it doesn't have a backup yet. But once I get that actually done, yeah, it will have a backup. Nemesis, welcome back.
What's up? I ran out of parts. Uh, I've been listening to this whole time, and there's a couple times I meant to chime in and say something, but I forgot that I'm not talking right now. Wasn't able to talk. So I was talking to myself.
Y'all do that.
Like when you were talking about wiring wasn't your forte or whatever, but I commented, try building a harness for a car.
Which is by a pain.
Well, when you're in prototype, you have to build it to their specs.
I can barely hear you. You're on the far side of your mic, outside of the pattern.
Oh yeah, no, I said I would just buy a painless one. David.
No, I was gonna say that those are the short enough. It may have just been easy enough just to feed that all the way through to begin with. But
Say that again.
oh, I was just gonna say it may have been easy to feed all that through to begin with from the end instead of all that. But and then you're gonna want to have them roll to the inside
Yes. Yep.
eventually. But it looks like you just flip them over.
I'm just gonna replace one of these screws on the backer.
Wasn't the backer supposed to have two small holes on one end to mount the cable, the drag chain to?
If it did, then I put that on the wrong side. Yep,
Yeah, it's supposed.
Yep, I did. God damn it! All right, let me switch that.
I think those are threaded as well, so that you can put the two flatheads into that.
Yeah, they are.
That probably means the Voron logo was upside down as well.
No, the Voron logo is just in the. No comment.
Just only look at it from the back. It'll be fine.
No, I'm just, I get in the zone and then I just do things and I don't think about what I'm doing. And so this one is correct. It's just on the wrong side. And the other one is on the wrong side and backwards. It's not upside down. It's just backward.
Okay.
You know what's funny too is I looked at those holes and I was like, "Oh, what are these for?" But I didn't say it out loud. But I didn't say it outside. I didn't say it out loud.
Yeah.
It was like all in my head because I didn't want to be like, "Oh, this guy's an idiot." Because dumbass, he doesn't know what those holes are for, huh? Clearly,
Well,
I
that side
don't.
doesn't really matter, so you could probably leave those alone.
Well, only one of them has the holes.
Oh, got it.
It's on the wrong side.
Got it. I know now. I get what you. I thought you just had it like 180 degree rotation wrong,
No.
but yes.
Nope, I had it 100% wrong. It's all good though. I make these mistakes so that other people don't have to. John, are you referring to these crimpers? The ones that I got from Pulsar 3D? Yes, in fact, I do like these. There's a link in the description for them as well.
Oh, are those the engineer crimpers?
They are the
Orange-handled ones.
IWISS. Yeah, the orange-handled ones, exactly. They're the IWISS crimpers.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a couple of sets of those. Those have been pretty decent. They're not perfect, but they're decent.
I got them
But
from.
again, they're also not like
Pulsar 3D.
$500 for an OEM crimper.
Oh no, these aren't either. These are $20, and they're phenomenal.
I'll be quiet about my OTC ones then.
Yeah, but see, where you work, it makes sense to have the original ones. You need that level of quality.
Yeah, but they were a 5-finger discount from the last place I worked at.
No,
No.
they were tactically
You do
acquired.
remember this is being recorded.
They were just tactically acquired.
They went through my toolbox before I left, and they overlooked them and didn't take it out.
Well, that's their fault.
Okay.
That's on them. That just means that they approve.
They are nice.
I'm debating if I buy like a set of Molex ones off of eBay, because apparently those can go. You get a decent discount on eBay for some lightly used ones.
Oh, mine aren't lightly used. Mine are abused and put away and used again, and they've been dropped, thrown, kicked. They've been in the shop environment for a while. They're probably about 15 years old.
Yep.
But actually, I'm gonna get the giveaway.
Oh, have you put that up yet or no?
No,
Nope.
he said he's going to put it up.
I'm about to do that right
Oh,
now.
I thought you said it was going to get. Okay. That Y rail, it reminds me of my 2.4 where I got the XY and stop. I tried doing sensorless on it for a bit, and it kept faulting out. So you know what? I'm going back to this switch.
So interesting. Ah, you son of a. Sorry for the language, people.
Oh, you can ask Rogue. This is I'm behaving. This is PG for me.
I think you were PG anyways.
Sometimes. But yes, parental guidance is required around me because there is no filter.
Okay, David, I gotta ask, why do we have to go through in the giveaway? Do we have to enter the country on a second page?
You do?
Yes.
Oh, probably
Yeah,
just
the first thing it says.
probably just because I'm a moron. Let me take a look at this.
Yeah, it's like the first page is all this, and then are you in the US? Yes. You click next. Which country are you in? And it asks twice.
I guess after that. I guess after that.
I've been
And
doing
it's like
this
on the next page as well.
I've been doing this for 6 months now, and nobody's said anything until now. What gives, people?
We're just trying to help you.
They're also not liking your videos. We got 61 watching right now, and we've got 8 likes.
It's okay. I'm used to that. I don't. You know what? You know, I can't do anything. They want to hit the like button. They hit the like button. I appreciate it if you guys hit the like button. You guys don't like me. I mean, just say something. Jeez. Okay, so section 1.
What is this, the third week in a row I've been here now?
That sounds about
So
right.
So yeah, you're growing on me. Plus,
Well,
I'm also kind of,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you know, if it does any more, you might need to go take a look at a
get a
doctor.
restraining order.
No.
Get a restraining order.
All right, so we got 1 page for the giveaway now.
Looks like I need to refresh my browser.
I didn't post it yet.
No, what I was saying from LTX is showing 27 likes with 75 watching, and yeah, I updated it now, and now we're now up to 32 likes. So just
Thank you,
mentioning
everybody.
it works.
Mine says 33. You're behind.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while we're mentioning things, don't forget that I do have channel memberships open. So if you want to support the channel and help me make better content in future projects, join the channel membership. If you want to hang out for free, Discord is a good place to hang out with us. I'm a big fan of our Discord server.
Yeah, Eric, I thought that was the same as well, but I just thought since I've got his attention, I'd figure I'd ask.
What's that?
Oh, about the second request about the country.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to make sure it's only the U.S. And Django can't enter. Django. All right, where am I? All right, so 17 minutes until that new part is printed.
Oh, what? We need another part? What are we missing?
I broke the end stop wire covers.
End stop wire covers.
This part back here and the back one on the A motor mount.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a cosmetic.
Yeah, it's not important, but I got it cooking, so it's only a 15-minute print. So I got to give my guy Django some props. He designed this LED light bar inside the electronics bay right here. Nice and sleek. You can barely even notice it. It's right here.
Yeah. So what LEDs are you gonna use in that? The addressable?
Yeah, so I have some LEDs left over from my box turtle build that I think I'm going to use.
Cool.
Yeah, just add a little bit of color since I'll throw this out there for them. LTX Designs in chat is going to be cutting some panels for me. Since I have that I got a 2.4 the other day, and it needs a rear panel, so he's gonna cut new panels for me and put my logo in the back of it. But he also offered to cut panels for people in Discord too. So if you need panels cut, shoot LTX Designs a message on Discord. If you look at the announcements pages on my Discord, he said that you can get a better price with more people. So something to keep in mind.
Nice.
Yeah.
I sometimes despise work Wi-Fi. For no reason, it just goes out. Like, what the heck?
think we can put the bed in.
Are you done with wiring underneath?
I think for the most part, I think the majority of it's out of the way.
Okay. Once you put the bed in, I mean, it is 3 screws to remove, so it's not the super pain in the butt. But yeah, just it makes it easier to, because you can look straight down without having a big opaque surface in front of you.
Or a shadow.
Yep. Actually, I would recommend plugging in your Pi power adapter before you throw the bed on.
Okay, yeah, that's a good. Making some of
It's
these
near
wires.
the front, but it's just like, oh, that's going to be a minute and a half.
Did he ever put in that heat sink?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
I thought you
I
said you
must
were
admit-
watching.
I was watching, but I was also building an engine at the same time.
Okay, fair enough.
It's hard to peek at a screen when you're trying to put on cylinder heads.
Yep.
What kind of engine you building?
Ford.
That narrows it down.
Bro. I build all Fords,
Yeah,
all prototype stuff.
like you work for Ford or?
Yeah.
Originally, my goal was to do that kind of stuff, but cards didn't pan that way for me.
Let's see. I built top fuel dragsters for a while, done monster truck engines for a while. Then I went over to Roush and got into prototype stuff. And then when the economy fell out in 08, Roush did a house cleaning and I was let go. So I went back to the repair field for a little bit. And then I found another prototype job and got back into prototype, and I've been here since.
Assuming you like it.
Yeah. I don't have to deal with customers. I also have, since I'm also in Michigan, I also don't have to worry about usually have to deal with the tetanus shot rolling in to figure out what I got to fix on it. If you understand what I'm saying.
I do. Pi adapter. You said use the Pi 5. Holy shit, Dana. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs, dude. Holy shit. Dude, you're a monster. Row fun. How did I choose the colors? Ooh.
You put the colors in a hat, mixed them up, and pulled them out.
So originally when I knew I was getting a Trident, I knew it was gonna be a 250. I didn't know what color the frame was gonna be. Because they didn't know what color the frame was gonna be that they were gonna send me. All right, so you said use the one for the Pi 5.
Yes, because essentially the only difference is that it sticks out away from the heatsink instead of towards the heatsink.
Okay. And I'm assuming it goes like with the with the little ribbon connector facing the front.
Ribbon connector should face. Let me go flip the printer over. It should fit the right side if memory serves me. Yes, the ribbon connector should face the Ethernet jack.
Okay. And it goes all the way to the very last pin.
To the closest to the so there's the cable that goes with it, and that
Yep.
header's on the board, right?
Yep.
It should go on the very first set of pins, so the very leftmost. Yep, that looks correct. Well, again, 30 seconds later, so if you've changed it since then, it should be fine.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dana. But yes, Ro, to answer your question, I knew that even if I got the blue frame, I wanted to use the purple because I won this on a Lee Marie giveaway, and I really wanted to use it to build a printer. And I really wanted to use the LDO lime just because I really like the color. And I just figured that the LDO sparkle gray, whatever it's called, goes really well with the lime. So I just figured I would use those three colors. Didn't matter what color frame I was going to get. Luckily, I didn't get blue because I think it would have looked a little funky with a blue frame, but it worked out.
Yeah, I think the gray and the Stardust gray look pretty good together.
Yeah, I like it. I think it came out pretty good. All right, so let me just double check. Oh, I do have the end stop wires. Quick.
I considered doing another Trident build, getting a blue frame with the light and dark blue ABS parts. And
It's funny. The only frame color I didn't want.
that way I'll get the blue, a dark blue, and a light blue. And I thought about doing 48 volts to it. And Rogue probably, just to keep my theme going, call it Blur.
Yeah, my son would have loved. He's a big fan of blue. Double check. LED lights. So. And where are we running the LED strip to?
A motor mount. There should be a little bracket with the expansion board, because so you have one strip for each side, and that should go up above the cutout that you broke earlier, or the part you're reprinting. Well, I mean, he says it's broken. It looks fine from here, but the camera doesn't have that much quality. So
the little leg part.
oh, I think I can see the missing corner. Yeah, if that's even worth reprinting.
It is to me.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't reprint it either. Actually, I have like almost a full set of AB motor mounts because I was tweaking things, or the first layer was off and the color changed on one of the filament I was using, and it was like, yeah, no, I get it. I don't want to waste the material, but yeah, it doesn't look great.
What's in?
You're probably gonna laugh at this. All my spare parts are just done in straight black ABS. That way, I can at least get the printer back up and running, and I'm like, okay, I know I got to get that one printed back in the correct color. But at least I can get me limped along to get it, keep it going if I need to.
Yeah. All right. So I think. Oh, in the filter film. Which.
John, I'm not sure which part of Stealth Printer under you're asking, but it's going to be either Nighthawk SB because it's an LDO kit, and then the other thing is it's going to have a Revo PZ as the probe as well.
What are you running under the Stealth burner? Are you talking about like the wires that are the? Thank you, John. Yes, the lime is bright, but it's not my brightest green that I have. It is not the brightest green that I have. Like, would you miss? You were you didn't miss much. I'm still wiring. Welcome back, John. Are you running under the? I'm not sure if I answered that. I think I might have answered that already.
I'm just trying to debate if that green is brighter than my green.
So I don't think the LDO green is very bright.
It's supposed to be a close match to Ryobi green, right?
I
don't know if you have any Ryobi tools, but
I have one. It's a hedge clipper.
Go get it. Go get it. Do a comparison.
I couldn't tell you where it is because I don't ever use it because the battery stopped.
Is that for the lights?
This is for the
I think it's a filter.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Are you doing
Yeah,
the Nevermore on the inside shell?
Yeah, it's gonna go to bed.
Do you want to run that up the Z chain then?
Yeah, I am. It's just the other side. The cable channels are pretty full.
Ah, got it. Okay. Again, you have to remember my video's 30 seconds delayed.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Sometimes I get, when you say something, I hear it twice because it's also delayed.
Also, what I do is I just muted the YouTube stream so that I don't get messed up with that.
Oh, I didn't even think about doing that. That makes sense, though. But I'm also on my phone, so that might be a little bit more difficult.
And what else do we have to plug in? Oh, thank you, Mike.
The power cord.
Power cord. For what?
Well, unless you're planning on having it run off a hope and drains, it needs to plug into the wall.
Oh. No, I meant in the electronics bay. All right, so let's go back to the top. All right. All right, so not using this probe. Full headboard, we're gonna get to. Not using the Z end stop. Get to the bed wiring in a second. XY end stops are plugged in. LED strip is plugged in, but not ran because I don't think I printed the LED mounts. The inlet
Double
is
check those LEDs on those LED strips. Make sure they sent you the right ones. In my daughter's Trident, hers is the 300. They actually sent me the LEDs for a 350, so they were a little longer.
okay.
She,
Yeah,
she
I
ended up
might not
use.
I might not even use these. I might use the RGBs that I have.
Then you're going to need a different lead.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
why not both?
Yeah, I'll just solder them up. That's fine. I'm gonna do that later though, because confusion. So, all right. So preparing the main board, the Leviathan bracket. Yep, mounted. Screen. Probably get the screen mounted. Get that ribbon. Probably should have did that before I put the heatsink on.
No, actually, so the nice thing is that you can still get to the DSI ribbon connector because that's the one that's exposed at the end.
Oh, it's this one at the end. It's not this one over here.
Yeah. Yes. No.
Okay.
So if you wanted to do the camera one, then yes, it's a little bit hard to get to, but because it's just the DSI, it's not the end.
Okay. Awesome.
I will say you might want to slide the printer frame over to across the front to remove the bottom side of your mount to actually mount that, just to save you hassle.
Sorry, say that again.
You're going to want to screw the screen to the mount, and I would probably suggest removing the mount from the printer frame.
Oh, this part right here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Connecting the
it's
inlet.
It's kind of a bear to get in there that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's doable, but yeah.
So we got power here.
So how late were you planning on streaming till? Again, were you going to do another 5-hour stream?
Yeah, probably.
At night.
Probably. A good time. All right, so let's see. Checkpoint 1. Just wanted to follow so I can turn this back on. All right, so let's see. Connecting 24 volts. We got 24 volts going to Nighthawk board, the board, both sides, power supply. Okay. And then we got the SSR going to the board and then going to the bed and the Wago. Paints, build plate, we're not yet. End stops are correct. I checked that. Good. And then full head cables plugged in. Back. The crap is plugged in, I think. And fans on the side are plugged in. LED strips plugged in. Nevermore's plugged in.
On your power supply, you got power and ground at the correct spots, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I got the earth going to ground.
Powers the reds to the plus and the negative blacks to the negative.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All that's all.
Thankfully, the LDO Leviathan is good about reverse polarity protection.
I don't want to test it. I want to test it.
Yeah, I know. I normally don't as well, but I did, and it worked. So
You too,
All
huh?
yeah, again, I was telling the story earlier. I used speaker cable when I was
Yeah.
bench testing everything.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Yeah.
I'm just me. Also, make sure you're not inebriated when you're trying to do wiring and stuff too.
Oh, he's feeling frisky. He's putting the covers on. I mean, I might have at least done a stepper buzz check first, but I think we're okay.
Yeah, you've been guiding him on the wiring. So if anything's wrong, blame Rogue.
That was the plan.
When all else fails, blame Rogue.
Eric. Okay, fine, whatever.
Might be one of my cleanest wire jobs.
I started as my cleanest one. The Trident started as a cleaner one, and then I started adding stuff and redoing stuff, and well, it kind of went out the window.
Yeah. That's kind of what I figured would happen with mine.
I wish there was an easy way to get that nice small cable channel. I've been looking, and it's not as easy to come by.
What, they were the white cable channels that they're using?
It's smaller than what's easily available on like Amazon.
There's files on printables to print your own.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it wasn't possible, but
That way you can color match it to your printer even.
honestly, for stuff like that, I would just do it out of my generic black.
Same. Just because the black can get... Wire job brought to you by peer pressure.
Yeah. Oh yes, Eric, that's right. He does. He's gonna need to keep it clean. It's not like it's just like what Nemesis is saying, because it's gonna have to show nice.
Eric, thank you very much, man. You guys have been
Who was it?
you guys have been too nice to me tonight.
I think Nero was doing the Seaboard all-wheel drive Trident kit.
Yeah.
And he kind of did what I did. It was suggested just throw the wires and put the lid over top of it. He did just that. See, look at this. He put the board in. See, that's all gone.
That's good. I'm okay with that. Is it perfect? No. Is it better than my other printers? Oh yeah.
Each one of my printers got a little bit better, but my first printer I built was a Micron. So yeah, talk about cycle. Built the hardest one first.
Which one was
Yeah,
that?
I gotta say,
Say it again.
Oh, Nemesis was saying that he built his Micron first, and then that was the you know, and everything else got better since then.
TFT.
Yeah, I did build my Tiny T second, but the way everything just fell into place in the electronics bay was just so amazing. Like, I had a little bit of experience on it, and I'm like, yeah, okay, this will look nice. And then it just like, this looks really nice.
I will say my daughter's Trident, the wires in that looks like absolute perfect. But
Yeah.
that's also like the fourth. That's also the fourth printer I've done now too. Matter of fact, when I was in one of the other channels, I was sitting there telling them, "Yeah, I built my Micron first." They go, "Oh, you woke up. You chose violence." But it was a learning curve, and if I were to go back and do it again, I would build a 200 2.4 instead of the Micron.
So a Tiny 2,
Yeah,
I think is what people call it.
Are people just not satisfied with regular printers?
okay. The idea of my Micron was to travel with me there because it's small and compact and it only weighs like 20 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I've gone to a few shows where they've got their little enders or whatever, their store-bought printers just buzzing along there. Then you bring out this custom printer that's sitting there just zipping along, printing around with the LEDs and stuff going off. It looks like a rave event going that's going to attract more customers to your table.
Yep.
That was my thought.
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Compared to trying to drag a 350 2.4 with you. I despise moving that thing.
Yeah, when I went to ERF last year with Fabreeko, and I brought my two Ender 3 NGs. And actually, if DF is still here, he went with me. And the whole setup was daunting. Luckily, the NG is not a big printer. Yeah, it was fun. I did learn my lesson though. Hey, Shadow King,
Yeah.
Queen. Yeah, the my lesson that I learned, never go to one of those shows without screen on my print. I always have to have a screen on my. Sorry, I have my headphones in. I keep thinking that it's working off the mic of my headphones, but no. My lesson that I learned was I need a screen on my printer.
Yeah, we could hear you just fine, I think.
Okay.
So at least I could, and then I'm assuming the rest of YouTube could.
Okay, fair.
I can hear him.
Yeah. So I mean, I agree. I like having the screen on the printer. I actually like the Tiny T. I put a 4.3 DSI screen on it from BTT and been happy with that. But yeah, the reason why I went and built the Tiny T is last year I went to IWISS, and that I packed my Trident 300, and that was a pain to get in my sedan. And so I said, okay, if I'm doing that again, and honestly, I don't always need the full 300 build plate. So if I'm doing, smaller parts, it's, less bed to heat and stuff like that. So I figured, and then I was also impressed with the print quality compared to my other one. So I went and said, I want a second Trident or second Voron, and then decided, yeah, I'll do Tiny T just to make things easy and get it small.
Sorry, I'm just having a hard time getting this ribbon cable in here.
Lift up the brown. I think it's brown, or is it blue?
Black.
Lift up the brown portion, and then put the cable in, and then fold it down. So these are what's called ZIF sockets.
Yeah, the tab's open. It's just the ribbon cable's not going in.
Oh, you're going the wrong way. It goes from the outside.
Oh.
It can be help.
So lift it up, and then you might need to take that out of your housing.
Yeah.
To slide the cable in. "30-second stream delay." Gosh. Yeah, now you're unscrewing it. That's how long it takes. Now you're starting to unscrew it.
I just heard you're unscrewing it.
All right,
Yeah.
It's in.
Now, is that you following the guidance showing which side down it needs to be?
No.
Okay, that does matter, because the contacts on my, is that a 4.3 screen that came with the kit?
Yeah, I'm assuming the contacts are down, so I need to...
No, they're up on the screen.
So the blue tab needs to be facing down?
Correct. I'm looking at my screen right now. And then when you go and put it on the Pi side, the blue tab will be going away from the Pi. Contacts will go towards the heatsink. Yeah, if you didn't do this, the only downside is it would short out the Pi.
That's it. No big deal.
Yeah, no, it won't. It just prevents it from turning on. It won't damage anything.
Yeah, I know. I've done it.
I've done that.
I've done it before.
Yep. Thankfully, it doesn't damage anything.
Almost every single time I use one of these screens.
Yep.
Brad, I'm old with bad eyes. 7-inch screen every time. Typically, I use the BTT, the HDMI 5. I like the HDMI 5.
I actually really like the DSI ones because it's this one cable. Yes, it's a ribbon cable, but then you don't have to deal with power or USB.
One and done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I usually use a Big Tree Tech Pi, and that doesn't have the same connector.
It does. The problem is that it doesn't actually have support for the DSI screens, if memory serves me correctly. because you can put a CM4 in the same socket, and then the DSI screens will work. It's a limitation with the processor used on the CB ones. Yeah, Turtle, and then I think it's what the A1. I forget. There's A1 cables or something like that. A1 FFC. Those ones are pretty nice. They're a little bit thicker as well, and I've had good experience. And I've run the screens up to. I've put a 1 meter extension on one of my printers. They've been really nice. Yeah, A1 FFCs. You can get black high camera extension cables, and those will work for the BTT DSI
Hi, everyone.
screens.
I'm off to bed. See
All
you all
right.
later.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Actually, that was one of the big things that when I was looking at these screens, that the BTT DSI screens were nice because they didn't require a second power supply, and then they also used the same cables as the Pi cameras, which meant that you didn't need you could use one type of cable, whereas there were some other ones that when they first came out you had to flip the cable, or the we're talking about the ribbon cable ends here, and depending on it, the pinout was reversed, and so you had to get specific from that vendor's cables to do an extension.
I think I had to get an extension for my switch wire. Oh wait, no, that was for the Pi cam. That was for the Pi cam.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, you could get Pi camera the ribbon cables easily. When these first came out, the other ones, you had to buy them specifically from that vendor, and I don't think I could find them in black or whatever. Brad, one advantage of the DSI screens, the new, or I'd say new, the later, like the 2.1s, they support automatically turning off the backlight when it goes idle. I know I was sending this to Nemesis. What protocol is it? DPMS, Display Power Management Signaling. So they'll completely turn off the backlight when the screen goes to sleep.
So, which way did you say this ribbon cable goes in the back with the pins facing down?
Contacts go towards the heatsink.
Oh, because it gets mounted.
Oh, probably there goes Nemesis. And he's back.
You can walk again.
Hello again.
I wonder if we're actually overloading it here because everybody's pretty much done and everybody's playing on the internet.
I've got nothing else to do.
I mean, at work.
Yeah, I know. So I'm saying they've got nothing else to do.
Yeah. I know. I can see one guy's streaming Facebook, another guy's doing YouTube, another YouTube. Boss is doing YouTube.
LTX, I've been like I built 2 of them. I was so happy with them.
I am really happy with this so far. It is going together very smoothly, and I'm super
I think when I built my Trident, I think I had it up and running in like a weekend. Does that sound about right, Rogue? Because I know you were pretty much there when I was doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. It's how much time, and I mean, like David's distracted by looking at chat and stuff like that. So,
True.
yes, and then Damascus with Mad Max is very interesting. Now that this is out, I've been teasing this to Nemesis for the longest time, of something new and really cool for tool changing. And Mad Max makes
makes
this
sense on
really,
Trident.
yeah. And in theory, if you wanted to just put like an
sure
additional crossbar or something like that, then you could have multiple, like 3 or 4 tool heads across the front.
I still like the idea of 2 tool heads on a 250, one hooked to the box turtle and one as a standalone, so that way your main color can go in the standalone, and then the box turtle, the other one, can handle the color changes.
The only thing I would do differently about that is I would put it for like a night owl, just so that you have it would depend how big of a print you're going, but then you could have redundant spools.
Yeah. But then again, I also get the 350 stealth changer going in the works too, which I gotta buckle down and get done. It's just when I get home, I've just been working busy for a couple months, and it's just like get home. Do I want to mess with this? No. If you know how that goes.
Yep. Yeah, John, I would look at the Mad Max tool changer from Zerancho. That thing's been super interesting. Super simple, and it should get really good alignment. And then you, by the nature of depressing the Maxwell coupling, it then works as an end stop as well. So it's kind of cool. It's not that I would necessarily use it for tap all the time, but for setting the offset for the nozzles, it's pretty good.
Just a grinder. I usually use my box turtle as an automatic filament loader, just that way I don't have to get my butt up out the chair and go do it myself. Yeah, I done multicolor with it? Yeah, but I kind of
All right.
say that for my bamboo, just that way it's
I sold my bamboo.
I still have it just because my 7-year-old likes to try and print stuff, and that one's easier for him.
Yeah.
I think you get where I'm going with it.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, my son.
It's more user.
My son was a little upset when I sold mine, but I had to sell mine because I needed something that was gonna more reliably print ABS, and I was getting a lot of adhesion issues with my P1S, and I sold it and I got the +4.
Okay. Now, when I got the X1C, I had the X1C, and I've got mine when they still had the engineering plate.
Yeah.
I bought a second one when I first got it. That one got damaged, and so I got their smooth PEI sheet and attempt to replace it. The smooth PEI sheet does not seem to be I get more warping out of the smooth PEI sheet than I do the engineering sheet. So the engineering sheet that I have, I use for ABS only, and the smooth for basically everything else.
Yep. Yep, I had the textured and the smooth PEI sheet on it, and it just did not have good luck with it.
That and when I'm doing ABS on it, my bed temps are about 105 because I noticed that the thermistor on it is a few degrees off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like, I mean, when I did PLA was fine.
Oh, yeah.
PLA was just fine. I had no issues with that. And that's kind of why my son was upset that I got rid of it, because he liked when I made toys with it.
Yeah.
But I had to tell him that, look, you know, I sell printed parts kits. I need a machine to print ABS.
Yeah, you're building one right now.
Yeah. And a lot of it was a lot of this was done on the +4. So and the Cheaty has been a great printer. I really don't have any complaints with. All right. Yeah, John, I have no doubt about that. I think you know, for what it was, the P1S is a great printer. I obviously prefer open source machines, but you know, it does have its place.
Yeah, the high school robotics team I mentor uses them a bunch, and for that aspect, it's great that they can just do stuff.
Schools love bamboo.
Well, I won't say they like the IT side of it, because that's the thing, is that like the teacher said he had to go get his own LTE mobile hotspot just to get them connected so that they would actually start printing.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to allow them on the network. Which is, I mean, understandable, but also dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, my 7-year-old, if he's digging around on like Make a World at home, he can sit there and open up a Bamboo Studio and just basically hit print, and a couple hours later he has it in his hand. That's partly why I'm keeping the Bamboo around.
Yeah.
But I usually have him come get me before he hits go on it, just to make sure he's got the right stuff in it.
That's probably a good call. All right. So let's do the bed now.
Gotta buy me dinner first.
But just a drink.
Yeah.
You gotta see if it's worth dinner.
Sorry, they just slipped out.
I'll make a suggestion. You can tie that cable chain up to the mount first. You don't have to deal with the bed on that while you're screwing that down.
What's that?
Your Z cable chain screws to the back of the carriage, the Z carriage there. So.
Yeah, I think it's M6
So So the reason why I didn't bolt that down yet is because of the wire length. I want to make sure I have the right wire length.
You just push and pull on it, and it will.
Yeah, but
Drag through.
with my luck, I'd push and pull and break a wire.
Okay.
Be gentle, He-Man.
I don't know how. So, putting the bed frame together.
Hey, Mike, I've done that. The PLA at 260, 110. And I've done that on my own. Oops. Oh man, that's upside down.
So we got the M5, M5, M3.
It's an M312s.
Huh?
I think they're M312s for the bed.
Yeah, let me pull up. Switch. Let's see the.
Right over your head.
Huh?
The screen is right over your head there in manual.
Oh, yeah. That's okay. You can still see me on the front camera.
Yep.
All right. So we got M5. Three T-nuts. So let's see. We got on this side. That way.
Kieran, it will be the Nighthawk SV that comes with the LDO kit. So it's a USB toolhead board. Or I guess Icron, sorry.
I was only. This one's for the Wagos.
Wago.
Do not.
So in stream chat. Oh,
Is it? Do I get stream? Blah, blah.
no, I was going to answer icons or thing, and then the collision with Nemesis. I was going to say in stream chat, I posted some pictures of the wiring I did for my bed, and that I went through and added a Molex connector to simplify the wiring even further. So I have a single disconnect point for removing the bed. You undo the three screws, unplug the Molex connector, and do that. But you have to use the correct pins and housings to be able to handle the heat at temperature, or the current at chamber temperature.
Dan, sorry if I missed it. Have a good night, man. Thank you again. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hey, Cajun.
Yeah, Icon. It's interesting. Again, the caution I say, and this is where I did research on, and you have to get the right pins, because when you get into warmer temperatures, you need to start derating there. John, you will get the full 250 from the LDO kit. Typically, you'll get a little bit more Y so that you could have like a end stop pin or a nozzle scrubber behind it. But yes, you will get a full, the bed sheet's 255 by 255.
Yep. I got your repo, man. I need to sit down.
Repo, he's got to wait about an hour to do the giveaway anyway, because that's when I get home. It's
Think
the
if
time we did it last, it was perfect.
Wasn't that midnight though?
It was.
Yeah, I like going. I don't mind going longer on the streams. Just impressed that people hang around the whole time. It's funny too because I got I posted a picture of my Trident on the Voron Discord, and just made a call because I don't know if you're allowed to self promote on the Voron Discord. I mean, not Discord, Facebook page.
Okay.
So I just put a post up there, and I was like, and someone had mentioned that they watch my streams, and I was like, oh, whoa, cool, awesome, thanks, blah blah blah. And then someone else was like, what's the point of streaming? I don't, I'm not sure what country they were from, but yeah, they were asking me, they're like, oh, and people stay for the whole time, and what's up, off axis? And I was like, yeah, sometimes, I don't ever expect people to stay the whole time I stream. But it's always cool when you start the stream and end the stream with the same amount of people. Well, not the same amount, but the same, like, small group of people.
Yeah.
But I think one of the cool things is a lot of people, they have their own projects going on while the stream is going. So, it's not like they're just sitting there watching me. Exactly, Eric, just vibing.
Oh, like I'm just sitting here watching you.
You're the exception, not the rule. Off axis, DF is a good friend of mine, and I will let him know that you said thank you. He might have went to bed already. So actually, fun fact, DF is the person that got me into 3D printing. I think it's almost a few years ago now. He was like, David, you need a hobby. And I was like, a hobby? And he was like, yep, you need a hobby. You're going crazy. And he was like, you should get a 3D printer. And I was like, okay. And that was that. I picked up a 3D printer and I was hooked. So my addiction is completely DF's fault. So thanks, Dana. It's funny, I bought my first printer was a Sovol SVO1 Pro. And I think 2 weeks after I got that, I saw Micro Center had a sale on the Ender 3. Oh no, John, I thank him. I thank him because I think I've kept what's left of my sanity because of 3D printing and met a lot of really cool people through it.
Sanity or insanity?
Sanity. Trust me, man. I was insane before. I was even more insane before. Yeah, 3D printing has been a blessing for me. Yeah, Joseph. Yeah, seriously. So this goes on. Assuming you want this piece flush with the edge. But
Just stepped away for a little bit, but it's looking at what people are talking about when they got into it. Like, I've been doing this. I think I looked back at my first print was in 2013.
yeah, mine. I've only been into 3D printing. I think it's maybe almost going on 3 years. And
That's about the time I've been.
And yeah, so it's not super long. But you know, long enough where I've already did some damage.
Yeah, I remember when the Prusa Mendel came out as a mod.
Oh yeah? How old are you?
Enough.
Oh, we're playing that game.
Probably
are we?
about your age, I guess. I just was into it then at that point.
Yeah.
Out of school. So
I'll be 40 this year.
okay, I'm a little younger than you.
Yeah.
My venture started into 3D printing because my mother-in-law bought my son a DaVinci XYZ printer, and I went to go use it one time, and the wife after that told me, it's his printer, you can't use it. It's like,
Oh, yeah?
fine, I'll fix that.
Go get your own.
So I went and bought my I went and got my own.
That's awesome.
And I didn't realize how slippery of a slope that was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So my first one was an Adventurer 4, and then Amazon Days came through and had the LDOs on sale, so I got a Neptune 3. But I still kind of had my eye on the Vorons. Like, you know what? It'd be kind of cool to build one.
Mm-hmm.
So
yep. The first. So when I first saw Voron, it was with Dana, my buddy DF in chat, and we saw the switch wire, and that was before I knew what Core XY was, and I was like, you know what, I really want to build one of those. I thought the switch wire was the coolest printer. Because at the time I only had bed slingers. I had a Ender 3 Pro and I had a Soval SVL1 Pro. And I was like, this is cool because you know the belts are different on this one, and it looks super cool. And I heard Vorons are super fast, and so I was like, yeah, I want a Voron. I want the switch wire. So I didn't know about anything else at the time.
And Flash4 started being kind of flaky with the Adventure 4 and the updates. They tried to do a speed update to it. You know, I got the high flow nozzle and everything else, and every time I went to go do it, it was supposed to double the print speed on it.
Yeah.
It basically bricked the machine. It basically bricked the machine every time you went and put that firmware on it.
Oh man.
It's like, okay, we're gonna leave this slow. We're gonna leave this as is. The Christmas after that, my brother and my mother teamed up and bought me my bamboo.
That's awesome.
And like, okay, now I have a printer that I can actually print stuff with and be dangerous. And and that's when I decided, okay, the next printer I'm doing is the Voron.
How many printers do you have?
And right now I have 4.
Okay.
4 plus my daughter's.
Nice. Yeah, I just counted yesterday, and I have 14.
Wow.
14. Although one,
Okay, but
2, 3 of them aren't. Well, I guess technically only one of them doesn't work. But I don't use 4 of them. I have 4 printers over here that I don't use, including an old Maker Gear M2.
those things are cool. I remember those from ages ago.
Yeah, so that was actually DF's printer. He gave that to me a while ago because he just wasn't using it.
So I was gonna say before you go bolt that onto the bed, you can go grab it. But I was gonna say you might want to leave the GE5C mounts a little bit loose, just so that they'll self-align to the screws that you're putting them on.
What do you mean? You talking about the plastic part to the frame?
Yeah, with the spherical bearings in it. Leave them a little bit loose so they'll slide back and forth, so it will self-align onto the I'm sure you don't have the mounts exactly centered for where the bed will want to lie.
Okay.
I mean, you may have gotten really. I doubt it. So just leave them a little bit of loose so you can slide them back and forth as to put them on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think the manual also says just make it so they can float. So that way, if your lead screws are a little off, they can float inside there.
I think the bed's supposed to be left slack, but it's I'm just talking about getting these aligned. Are you putting those all the way down, or where are you going to put those lead screws?
Oh no, I was just lowering it so that I could see where I'm going.
Okay. I would try and make them as level as possible. Go ahead and just eyeball it, just because the further away off from the same height they are, the more likely the 3 mounting points are going to want to be different, and so it will. Like if you had the bed on it, you'd run Z tilt and it would be fine. It just then so that you're not putting undue compression or tension on. And as I say, don't put them all the way down at the bottom, because you do want to have the ability to stick your fingers underneath the bottom and put the M5 nuts that need to be on there. Oh, you went really fancy. Actually measured it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I measured it too with my eyeball.
I figured, why not?
Yeah, if you got one handy, sure. Like if you're off a millimeter, it won't matter.
Talking about.
Yeah, when you leave those a little bit loose.
I think in a second, step away, and I gotta grab a drink.
Have one for me too.
Ugh. Stop it, Mike.
No, Repo, he has another giveaway yet.
Stupid. Uh, this is so stupid. Oh
What?
god, this stupid the nut.
Yes, the nut. I've talked with Steve before about this at Vice, and it is one of the oft recommended changes. Like, yes, at least for the front ones with the accents, you could do a trapped nut. Actually, I was thinking about this last night. To a certain extent, you need to put a spacer in there to hold it up. But the other thing I was going to say is, or make a suggestion, is they should put a slight taper in the wall, so that as they're oversized to accommodate people that may not have perfectly tuned printers,
Mm-hmm.
and that then with the taper in there, as you tighten the
Just pull it into the plastic.
it will pull it into the plastic, and then they won't fall out,
Yeah.
and then becomes a captive nut. Or you could do it beforehand or something else like that, instead of trying to do it on the printer and then and stuff like that. Now, so your T for the bed is reasonably centered between the two side, the GE5C mounts on the
Yep.
side. Okay.
I think when I did that, I flipped the printer over to do those.
That's not a bad idea.
I think.
I just used a larger Allen key to hold it in place.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Oh, yeah, you could just, put a circle on the bottom of the accent piece for the front too. But the problem is, I think the nut sits further back than the thickness of the accent piece.
Mm-hmm.
And so the problem is that's the downside face of the print. And so you'd either need to remove the fillets on the bottom sides of the front pieces, the front accents, and that becomes the bottom. And then you could put the boss sticking out to hold the nut, or something else. And it makes the part harder to print.
Sorry, I'm reading this. So M4 thumb screw.
Yep, and those are just spacers.
Yeah, I better drop a super glue on them,
On what?
on those nuts.
The thumb screw nuts?
I don't. No.
Oh,
The nuts.
the ones going into the GE5, the GE5C.
Yep. I don't remember.
Well, he's done it already, so it's a little bit late to take it all apart.
Yeah, I know. I don't remember if I glued myself to the printer or not, though. I don't remember. That's the fun part.
Repo.
What happened?
It's a
Read your chat.
Oh, yeah. I expect nothing less from my chat, though.
it's a frisbee. Hey, Rico, I don't remember gluing myself to myself, so we're okay.
Gonna have to be a longer screw. I think we got 80 people watching. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope you guys are enjoying the show. The hell? All right, Mike. Have a good one. Now, does this say like what the spacing's supposed to be? Like where the bed's supposed to be located in here?
It will naturally self-center.
Will naturally.
So, like, if you take the two front screws that you've got them connected, right? Okay, and then the back one will force it to be centered. So you'll slide it left and right to get the rear extrusion
I see.
aligned
I
there.
see.
And in theory, if you want to prevent it from being rotated, you can just push the front two screws back or forwards, and it will lock it in. You know, it self-aligns itself.
Fancy.
It's physics and math.
Okay, Sheldon.
Is that where that's from? I don't remember.
Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It jumped into my mind.
Everybody
Now-
has to go to get up early for work. I get off in 5-10 minutes.
Now, so this says don't tighten them, right?
So it says leave one of them tight and then the other two snug but loose so that thermal expansion happens.
Does it matter which one is tight?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I probably would do the one at the back.
So if it makes any difference, the front, my rear one is tight and my front two are snug but are snugged.
I actually went and bought peak screws and standoffs. So since those have a little bit of stretch, I just snugged all of them. And it's been fine so far.
I would have broke all those.
Yeah, they are kind of expensive. They're $2 a bolt, if memory serves me right. But then the concept was they're plastic, so they shouldn't conduct heat well. So the bed should heat up ever so slightly faster.
Ta-da.
What's up, Reth?
Wrath, how's it going? If you come join the general chat, we're hanging out live.
Yeah, if you want to chat in Discord. You need to adjust that.
Also, Wrath, at some point we were dealing with trying to get the pug to go through the gland. I don't know which mount you sent. Oh, hey, you're here.
Yeah, that was that's fun.
Yeah.
What's up, Reth?
What pug thing? Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm just sick and waking up a bit.
That
Oh,
sucks.
sorry to hear that.
That's all right. What about the pug thing? What? I don't
So this
understand.
the back panel thing. Let me move the printer so you can see it. I don't know if I printed the right one, but
Was it Thunder Keys one?
It's so Thunder Keys did a remix for me for the skirt, and the skirt works fine, but it's the one for the top, the back on the top. I can't get these in here, so I don't know if I have the wrong back panel.
Let me see.
Actually, does that look threaded or is that straight? Because I know I saw you have the 2 screw holes on the side mounts, but
there's a groove.
Okay, then that makes sense.
There's a groove that matches the pug.
Oh, that's not Thunder Keys one, is it?
I don't think this is the Thunder Key.
Okay, so Thunder Keys one has things on the back of it that you screw in.
So this one
So
has heat set inserts for that.
Oh, well, put it. Did that print come with the 2 things that go in the back to hold it in?
No, but also I can't get these in here together.
I'm not understanding.
So I can get one to click in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then the other one I can't get to click in. There's just
That's
not.
the most horrible color to see on camera to see details.
Well, I apologize.
Gosh, man, you have to go the other way.
What do you mean I have to go the other way?
So do those back things in the back, right? You pointed to them.
Yeah.
Do they come off?
No.
What if you were to push it through instead of the other way from the backward? Put it in that way.
No.
David, was this a step file that you got?
No, this was. Let me see if I can pull the printables up.
Yeah. Let's share that printables page so we see what's going on.
Because I'm wondering if you accidentally printed the step assembly.
I think he did. I think so. Those things on the back were supposed to be printed separately.
Oh, you're talking about the M5 mounting points for that piece, aren't you?
No, we're talking about because the pug needs to. It's not set for a chamfer or anything else like that. So in order to get it to go through, it needs to have a separate piece. And if that got all printed as one piece, you took the assembly showing everything put together, and then it fused as one piece, then you wouldn't have the clearance for the pug to get through.
Yeah, I think the back things that are there with the holes, those are supposed to come off. And you're supposed to put heat sets in the back, and then you use M3 screws in the front to secure those 2 clamps in the back, and that's why he can't get it working.
Brett, since you're here, and I had this question.
I didn't do it.
No, you gave him the advice to print this thing. I'm like, is there anything wrong with running the umbilical up the A motor and then running it across to where the Bowden tube's joining?
No, and I've done that. I have one of my videos shows that you can run the umbilical from the galvanic, and then you push it to the side, and you would run it down the A motor same way as like the cable chain would do with the wires, and then you can just run it straight in underneath the whatever that the current corner we see, the closest corner. You can run it underneath that into the electronics cabinet. You can go that route too.
Okay. Yeah, because that's how I have mine run.
Yeah, there's many for the Trident's a lot easier to pick different ways to run it. But on this,
I think I did do the step file.
Yeah.
And then it's fused together.
Yeah, exactly what happened. On the pug connection, because of the way these wires, how thick this LDO wire is, it's actually better to reverse it and have the pug not going into the printer, but coming out on the outside. Does that make sense?
The pug to do the strain relief on the motion side?
You're still going to put in a galvanic, so the galvanic's going to handle that.
Oh, okay.
Because the galvanic will go out further than this pug connector will, and it'll cantilever over more. So but this pug connector could get in the way of the galvanic swinging freely.
Well, I mean, if he's got to reprint it,
Yeah,
then
I have
maybe
to.
it's easier just to route it internally for now.
The other thing you can do with this pug is, since you have 2 connectors there,
Mhm.
actually you have 3 holes, right? So one for the Bowden, one for your whatever umbilical. You can put a temperature sensor in the other one and call that your chamber temp, and have that dangle down the back also.
Okay.
Because it's a Trident, you're already going to have it's already be roughly the right place.
Yeah, I printed the step.
Yeah, that explains why you were struggling to get them in.
Yep, that also explains why. So Thunderkeys actually made a plug for. I asked him for a plug, and he gave me the plug STL, and I was like, "Ain't gonna. I won't."
So I just tagged you in stream chat with the how I have mine set up on my 300 that just routes up around the side if you want to take a look at that.
And then you
And
just
then it
have,
keeps
and then you
the
just have it zip tied on zip tie mounts.
it snakes down the A motor mount, and then you don't have anything going outside the back of the printer.
I'll do that for now.
Yeah, that's one way. Actually, what I've done in mine is, you have that little green thing as a cover.
Here?
I just removed it. No, I'm talking about the picture.
Oh yes, I have the noodle to prevent the Bowden tube from scratching the top.
Not the noodle where the cable enters the A motor mount. I basically just removed that because it becomes a pain.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other designs. I just initially printed it, and I forget if I have. Oh, this is a better one. It shows it from the top. I just slid mine to the side, but yeah, you could just pull it off, and I've seen other ones with pass-throughs as well.
The pass-through one, that's what I thought that was. The pass-through one's horrible because if you have to replace the cable, you basically have to cut that piece of plastic out.
I've seen split pass-through ones, but yeah, there's a couple different designs, but those all bolt on and stuff like that. But yeah, so zip tie mounts on the top, and then all the wiring, and just this goes down the A motor extrusion, and it's reasonably clean. So, your choice.
Choose your own adventure.
Oh, there goes Nemesis again.
You got a big old wire cutter?
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Oh yeah, that.
All right. Okay. So that's off. Cut myself. All right. I got the new one printing, so I'm not going to do anything just yet with that. So, let's see. Wire the bed up now.
Hey, I'm sure you already said, but what's that purple filament?
It's
That's
the
violet.
Yep, violet
Ambrosia-
void.
Yeah, violet void. ASA.
How to print?
Beautifully.
Yeah, no
I
issue with it?
No, I had to print it a little bit colder than normal. I printed it at 240.
Okay, why is that? Was it stringing or something?
No, the color.
Oh,
Okay. If I printed it hotter, the color would gray out.
I take it you're going to have the clicky clack door on this.
Yep, and I just broke the freaking Wago.
How do you break a Wago, man?
I'm strong.
It's good to know those muscles aren't for show.
Well, they're not. Muscles that have to put in work.
Yeah, breaking Wagos.
So that's why I'm broken, Ref.
Yeah, too many Wagos, man. Don't, they'll get you every time.
Son of a bitch.
Do you have spares?
Yeah, I guess.
See, I mean, it's not quite the correct color, and I'm just going to point it out for future stuff if you decide to mod this later. There are green Wagos. They do exist.
I like that.
I'm using them in my electronics bay on my Tiny T. I chose to order mine from DigiKey, but I know I've seen a multi-pack on Amazon. But at the time I was buying it, they were out of stock, and then I decided to customize the spread of stuff that I wanted from DigiKey.
Luckily, I got a whole bag of them.
Nice.
Yeah, I use them in mine around the house also. All the electrical things.
Yeah. Yeah, I was not kind to my body the last decade or so.
I mean, no, never mind. I had a blue comment to throw there.
As long as it's not going to demonetize me, you can throw it out.
Yeah, it might. It might.
Then I have a picture of these.
So I just as an aside, I don't think this printer is going to print very well.
Why is that?
It doesn't have enough dirt in the electronics bay. It's too clean, man. It's I don't think it's going to work.
Well,
You might want to put some cobwebs in there or something. They'll help it.
I didn't go full ref or full precursor.
Yeah, that was Reth's printer that had the crazy hours on it and fluff in it. Dust bunnies.
Yeah. It makes it. That's what it's keeping it printing, man.
Well, also, I don't know if you've ever seen any of Precursor's work, but I'm pretty sure he's colorblind because he only uses one color wire for his builds.
I mean, if it works, but keeping track of every wire is just got to be a pain.
Nah,
yeah, I'd probably electrocute myself on that.
I mean, it's all he always does such a gorgeous job. Like his latest printer right now is it's a purple theme, and all of his wiring is purple, and it looks awesome.
See, I wouldn't mind that if you put labels on the end or like a ring of like heat shrink or something at the end to identify, okay, this is, like a little bit of blue or brown heat shrink at the end and say this is a line or neutral or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He built some nice printers.
You got Carto or tap on this thing?
Neither.
Revo PZ.
Okay.
E3D.
They hook you up?
They hooked me up, man.
Yeah, they're lovely people. My wife and I hung out with them at Rocky Mountain.
Yeah,
they're
awesome.
They're a lot of fun.
They're awesome.
Yeah, I remember meeting them at Vice, and that was pretty cool.
Oh, at Vice, we all hung out, went to the casinos late at night. Well, we didn't spend a lot of money because basically everyone put in $20, and then we went to the slot machines, and we just took turns doing the slot machine. You keep going until you lost twice in a row, and then the next person would take over, and they'd go pick a machine and spend the money.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun thing.
I haven't been to the casino in forever.
But this way,
did you say you'll be at 3D Printopia?
No, I shall not. No, I basically do Rocky Mountain and that's it. Well, I'm not independently wealthy with a trust fund like you are, sir.
You're talking to the guy who's been unemployed for a year.
That's because you have a trust fund. I see you at the polo matches while I'm picking up the horse poop. I see what's going on.
I think you got me confused with some other white guy.
No, your friend just got killed by a bumblebee.
Oh, man. Did I just say that live too?
No, you said fecal matter.
Fecal matter? No. The other thing.
Hey Joey, how you doing, man? You got so many names, dude. I don't know how many names you got, man. How are you doing, sir? So Joseph, I don't even know how to say it. Griner, Joey. He's got the Mad Max that was at Rocky Mountain.
Oh,
He also
nice.
did the Tridex. Created a lot of macros for those Tridexes.
Yeah, I know. It's so funny though. I'm just thinking back to Vice. You know, Reth, I was the Trident next to Joey across from your booth. Your hangout in the printer room.
Did you have a good time there?
Yeah, no. I'm just trying to figure out how I get my Tiny T up to Vice this year. I was thinking I was driving, but I'm not sure I'm going to drive. So
Will Tiny T fit in a baggage for a plane?
it's a little bit too big. I mean, I could do checked, but then I'd have to build a crate for it or something else like that.
Are you going up to Reno, Portland, Vice?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still debating that.
I want to. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. We're waiting for the grandparents to come back from their vacation because it might be a huge family thing go up there.
Oh, it'd be fun.
Yeah,
Do a
take
wonder
the
trip.
kids and everything. Joey's gonna be there. I might just go to see him.
Hey, what size screw goes into the bed? Is it M5?
Into the
M3
bed?
for the electrical would be an M3.
For the ground.
M4. M4.
Oh, on an LDO kit, they use an M4.
I believe it's an M4. There should be one screw.
Well, let's put it this way: try an M3, and if it doesn't fit, then I don't think it's going to be an M5. I would assume it would be an M3.
M3 does not.
Okay, and probably M4. I have an LDO frame. I don't have an LDO kit. I self-sourced both of mine.
I did that once. I self-sourced once, and the cost was about the same as buying an LDO kit with the upgrades I wanted. You get so much in the LDO kit, and it's, I don't know. I spent more on the self-source, I would say, than buying the kit directly.
Oh yeah, again, I did it just because I wanted to control what I wanted. Both mine started off for the 48 volts with the Leviathans on both of them.
Did you print a bigger Wago thing so you could put the ground on a Wago instead of taking it all the way back down?
Nope. Wago's going all the way down. I mean, the ground's going all the way down.
Yeah, so what I do for my beds on the Tridents is I will print a different mount and I'll put all the wires into a Wago. And that way, if I ever need the bed off or anything like that, it's just all one connection.
Hey,
what did I do with my...
You don't know if you remember this, but go look at the stream chat on the Discord. And I've one-upped it.
Where the hell did I put that driver?
Actually, I guess I'll post a better picture of it. It's more clear. Because it's not even just Wagos. Use a Molex connector. And literally it's one connector to disconnect everything.
I personally don't like the Molex. I don't have the right crimper for Molex. So I don't like using them. Plus, I always mess up the depinning operation too on it.
The Minifit Junior ones that are used for that are a lot easier to do, but that has been super fun for me to, you know, if I need to do that, it's you pull the 3 screws, and pull it off, and then undo the electrical. And
I seem to have lost my 2.5 millimeter driver.
You only have one? Don't you got more Allen wrenches, man? You should have like 15 sets of Allen wrenches.
My Fabreeko driver.
Is it under the printer?
I don't know.
You got 69 people watching.
I see one
Ooh,
behind the
one.
A123 block, but I don't know if that's the one you're looking for.
If you guys haven't had a chance, hit that the like button. Go ahead and subscribe. You know, we gotta get this guy some money so he can go back to get his horse for the polo match.
All right, so I put those back. Put this back. Dude, what the heck?
TMY, the goal here is to keep everything on the rails. That's why we lube them and secure to them. That way, you know, everything can stay on the rails.
Was it?
He says things are going off the rails.
Oh. There it is. There it is. I found it.
So we got 43 likes, but we got 67 people watching. I may not be mathing right, but it looks like some of you guys haven't hit that like button. That's just some quick maths.
It's okay. They don't have to like me. See how it is.
Also, there's a filament giveaway, so make sure you guys get your name in that form before it goes away. Because who knows with this guy? He may just start picking names for a winner right now. I don't know.
Hint. So funny story. There's already a screw in the bed for the ground.
Does it have the that washer in it?
Yeah, it does.
I don't know what. Okay.
I was just trying to thread it.
Into the head?
No, into the bed that wasn't threaded. Because you know me, I like to do things the difficult way.
Oh, well, it's the only way to do it.
I mean, it's only worth doing if it's going to be a challenge.
That's right. Mr. John Doe, you got the that song stuck in my head now. Thank you very much. You know, Crazy Train. I'm singing it to myself while I'm watching. Thank you.
We want to hear it out loud.
No, you do not want to hear my sing voice.
We want to hear. We want to hear those pipes, man.
If we go to Reno Vice and there's karaoke, you will hear it. Get a couple drinks in, we'll just sing some karaoke. Be a grand old time.
I would love to go, but I think that one's going to be outside of my ability.
No polo matches there?
No. Unless there's somebody watching who wants to sponsor my trip.
Not me, man. Not me. That's that office for me. No, negative. I might have to be sponsoring 7 people to go. Andrew, you're not supposed to be drinking the Drano. Okay, that's for your sewer pipes, not your vocal pipes.
I thought that was supposed to cure COVID.
No, that's injecting bleach.
Oh, okay. My bad. I get those two confused. That's
I know
probably
it's a very easy thing to do.
that's probably why I got COVID.
Yeah. Oh, Joey says he's got a trust fund.
If he had a trust fund.
Why are you reading the first part, man?
Oh,
Well,
oops.
that word
Fun.
"if" there, that's an optional word.
Fun sponge.
Nemesis. Oh, did you use the LDO printed part for the under the carriage?
Yes, I did.
Yep. He's on it, Nemesis Prime. Oh, fake medical information. John Doe says we keep talking this way, we'll get hit with fake medical information.
That is true. That is true.
I would like to state that all of that was a joke and a parody
Yes.
of our fearless leader.
Yes,
And not true.
I do not condone giving any type of medical
No,
advice.
no medical advice.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist.
I am the family doctor, though.
I'm not.
I do
I'm
really
not
well
even.
with Band-Aids.
I'm not even a smart man. Don't listen to me. All right, under the bed wiring is nice and clean. Tuck these back.
You might have to cut one of those wires for your hot end. I think the thermistor wire.
Why is that?
Does it snap in? I forgot. It has been a while since I've used the LDO
Nighthawk SB.
Nighthawk SB.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be
direct
pH.
connect.
Yeah, pH, and I see 2 microfits. So.
Oh yeah, I need to cut it to put some ferrules on it.
Okay.
Okay, so then it's cutting for ferrules, and then it's also JST pH.
Yeah, I need to put a JST
for the thermistor.
Which I'll get to use my brand new crimpers that I got from Pulsar 3D.
Shout out to Pulsar 3D. Thank you very much for your support.
So I'd like to throw out there that I am partially sponsored by Pulsar 3D.
For all your 3D printing needs.
Yes. You can get cartographer. You can get CNC cartographer mounts. They have those in stock. Oh, I'm doing this the hard way. Just turn this. Let's see, what else? You got cartographer. You got they got a cartographer CAN cable that go not a USB cable that goes to the Nighthawk
36.
Nighthawk 36. So they got that. They got the cartographer CNC tool head mount in stock, ready to go. Super fast shipping. Belial, I hope you're hearing all this.
Check out Pulsar 3D right now.
Tell them that
I just actually used the cartographer CAN to EBB 36. Since the EBB 36 already has the 2 plugs there for it, I hooked mine up to that. It worked pretty good. I didn't have any issues.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, if I didn't already have the SHT 36 V3 with the LDC 1612 already in it, I would very much consider that config as well. And yes, Reth, I know it has the LIS 2DW, but I bought them before I knew that, and
yeah, I don't know why companies are still using that. The LIS 2DW. It's not a good thing for our use case.
It's because the datasheet says it's better. it's probably cheaper. It's smaller.
Yeah, but
And
the data sheet's hiding the fact that there's that
I know,
200.
but we need to push back onto the manufacturers and say, hey, make a new. So now they have to go spin another version. Now you have to have a V4 of your toolhead board or whatever else and stuff like that. So
I was looking at, I think, a metal flyboard.
yeah,
It had everything I wanted, but it had the LIS2DW. I'm like, no, I'm not going to buy it.
yeah. Well, those are the ones I'm running.
Oh yeah. Everything else in there is what I want. I don't want that.
Well, okay. So the two things that people may complain about, it's the RP2040 instead of STM32, and then the LIS2DW. Those might be the only two complaints I would say.
Yeah, the RP2040 doesn't seem to be able to. It's just anecdotal, but it doesn't seem to be able to handle the heat as well as the STMs.
I don't know that I've seen any failures from temperature, but again, so I have background from
anecdotal.
Anecdotal. So I with 10 years as application engineering for semiconductor company. The datasheet numbers are what they test and guarantee. It doesn't mean it's not going to operate past that, but that's what the design was validated and tested to. So, yes, the STM32s can be made in I grade, and so they are potentially better for that if you're buying the I grade. That doesn't mean that they're not using a C grade and, putting it on there, but yeah.
I don't know what you're saying.
So commercial grade versus industrial grade. Commercial grade goes up to, okay, fine. Most of the stuff you won't find is that, but going up to, so commercial grade is -0 to 85C, and industrial grade is -40 to typically 100C, I think. Actually, it depends on the part. It might be -40 to 85, but there's typically an extended range.
Okay.
It just means it costs more.
And to say this, I know at one of our product lines, and some of the parts that we were doing, I think the C grade, like 90 or 95% of the parts would have passed the I grade test. They just weren't tested at that range. So they weren't qualified as I grade. It's assuming they're using the same parts and it's just testing that's changing it.
Who do you work for, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm not going to say because I don't want to correlate the data that I had for what I was doing. I'll DM you, but and that was 2 years ago, so I don't work for them anymore. But
who was it 2 years ago?
I said I was going to DM you.
Oh, I thought that was a company. I heard like Alt DMU, and I'm like, what? What company is that?
I'll DM you the name if you're really curious.
No, just interested. I used to work for a company called ASML.
Yes, but they make the fab equipment.
Yes, they do.
Yes, actually, I remember your presentation at Vice.
Yeah.
That's right. So actually, speaking of that, what did you see that from the Japan Rep Festival, the Bedslinger Core XY?
No, I did not. I haven't seen any videos from the Japan Rep Festival.
It was a tweet that someone posted. I'll tag you.
I don't twit.
No, it was posted in the Voron server.
Oh.
I also don't twit.
Well, yeah.
Guess who's back?
Sorry,
Back ag-
Eric.
back-
I
back
don't mean to
again.
be a smarty pants. I like the smarty candies because they give me energy.
They also make you sweeter.
Oh, they do. Like a little bit of honey. Sitting outside in my rocking chair, watching you build a printer. So sexy.
I will mention one thing, David. If
Mhm.
you look at your stream, look at the green on your I guess your front facing camera, not your side facing camera.
Yeah.
You've got a very interesting sand color.
Yeah.
Oh, the color's off. That's right.
The front
Yeah, it's way off.
the front webcam sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks.
That's just color changing filament, man.
Yeah, that front webcam is wickety whack.
Okay. Don't talk back.
That's just a light aberration.
Yeah. It's all in your head. Figment of your imagination.
Oh, you're running cable chain. Why you got a cable chain on this thing?
It's just it's the end
Just-
stop switches.
yeah.
I've already talked to him about this.
You can get a little thing to add to the back.
Yeah, I know. I already told him. You know, next time he's printing that green stuff, he should. You know, actually, you are printing that green stuff. Why not just print the accent in it as well?
What are you talking about?
You said you were reprinting the cable thing that you broke.
Yeah, it's already done. I already printed it.
Yeah, so then I'll send you the link to the STL to print for the YN stop thing.
Are you using the one from the Voron GitHub?
Yeah, that's what I was going to send him.
Yeah, it's a little thing that goes underneath the AV motor mounts, or the A motor mount. It's
yeah, I know. It's so disappointed that the LDO isn't using that.
Well, it's
But
not
I
well
get it.
documented, I don't think, and it's on the manual, right? Or is it?
Yeah, it's barely mentioned, and it looks like when you go here for this, that it pulls the like the switch pod seems to get more stuff. So I understand why LDO did that. Yeah, you need the YN stop housing, and it replaces the bumper.
Yeah.
The motor.
I use it on my printers.
Is that a 250 there?
Yep. Though at some point he's going to need to get fancy with end stop wiring, so he's going to have to put some pin headers on the two unused GPIOs on the Nighthawk SB to do the filament switches.
Are you, Dave? Are you turning this thing into a box turtle printer?
So I actually have the Happy Turtle lettuce feeder for this.
Oh, what are you using for filament spools?
Aha!
To keep them.
So let me show let me show you. So I move my fancy camera, and you see see that wall right there?
In 30 seconds.
Which wall? The fourth wall?
So right yeah.
Yeah.
Right here. This is where the printer's gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. And these spools are all on the spool holders. So I'm going to put the Happy Turtle's lettuce feeder around here. And it's
you don't think those are going to come off because of the angle that it's pulling the filament?
I don't know, man.
We're gonna try, huh?
I just live here. I'm not a scientist.
Okay.
We're about to find out, though.
All right.
We gonna learn today. Well, not today. It's not gonna. It's definitely not gonna be today.
How are you gonna handle rewinding?
Probably with a remote control.
Before you turn it to Blockbuster?
Yeah.
You might want to reset your camera position. You've got a beard shot here. And actually, I think you've got something in your beard as well.
Well, no, that's because we're going to cut to a commercial about beard care.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's getting set up.
The manscaping apparatus.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a little bit of green on the side of your beard.
Yeah, I got it out.
It's a beard bunny.
It happens. When you got a beard this thick, you don't get to choose what is in your beard and what is.
Yeah.
RJ Repo Man asks if you have a neck OnlyFans page.
Not yet. Thick. That's right, 3D experiments. Except you're missing a couple C's.
Uh-oh, Superman's here. Really?
He wants to hear it. He wants to hear it with his own ears. The neck OnlyFans is not happening. Sorry, man.
Damn, dude. I already paid my money.
I wasn't the one that was asking. I think it was him that was more curious about it than I was.
100% Reth was the one that was curious about it. He's just putting it on you.
I got a fetish, man. I gotta admit it. I'm all about the neck.
Yeah.
We all got something, right?
Yeah. There's a rule for that, right?
Is there?
We're gonna keep it PG, okay? I still want to be monetized here.
That's why I didn't continue.
You know, I've seen a lot of images in Disney movies, and they're all rated G.
You know, Disney's editing out their movies now on like Disney Plus.
Are they really?
If you go to some movies, it says that in the very beginning, where they're like when they first pop up with it, a little warning that some scenes are not there and were removed due to their new policies.
That's hilarious.
I think there's even some that say that at the time that this was made, the policies were different and that they wouldn't necessarily do it again, but they've kept it in because of historical, how it was released.
Like Star Wars, they get rid of Vader at the end of what was the New Hope when they remixed it.
To me, it's just destroying movies when you do that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, just leave it the way it was.
Yeah. You know, my wife and I, we went to Disney 2 years ago because I was doing very bad health-wise, and it was my goodbye thing. We went to Disney for a week, and the only thing she wanted to do, and it was like her life's ambition, was go and ride on Splash Mountain. And we got there, and they were tearing it down.
Oh, really?
Did they get rid of Splash Mountain?
Yes. They are considering it racist, even though it's not.
When was this?
In Disney in Orlando.
I don't know if the LA one still has it.
No, Splash Mountain's gone. The whole theme of Splash Mountain is gone.
Was that the Bears? Or the...
Yeah.
Forget what it was. Well, was it based on the Southern folktale of the Brer Rabbit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a, it's a racist folktale.
But now they have it some bayou something they're building there in Orlando, Florida. And I'm looking at that one and I'm like, that's even more racist than what was there. It's Disney. Who knows what they're doing?
You can't please everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just build more 3D printers.
Yeah, let's print our own.
Well, David right now is not pleasing me because he has that cable chain. I'm unpleased.
You know,
Then you'd hate my Trident because I got 2 of them in there.
You
My
don't have
K1
3?
has enough.
No, see, David's got 2. Like the Z one's fine. That makes sense. The other ones though, yeah.
I feel like I just got a bunch of haters here.
The haters that want to
I'd have
improve
all-
you, sir.
I have all 3
no.
cable chains in mine. I have an XYZ chain in mine.
My K1 has a cable chain. I hate it.
But I also ran my umbilical through the cable chain to the tool head. Just 'cause
Thank you, Joey. It was a song of the South. Thank you, Joey. Appreciate that. That's what I was trying to think of.
That's the name of the new ride?
No. That was what Splash Mountain, I think, was based off of.
Okay.
So, David, have you decided what your first print's going to be on this?
No, I have not thought that far ahead.
Probably going to be a mute button to mute all of us.
Now that he's opened up,
No,
the
he doesn't. He doesn't
Discord,
need a button for that. He can just turn off and leave Discord chat.
Interesting. Okay, so don't think this thermistor wire is long enough.
It's probably not. You're probably going to have to extend it.
That's what she said.
Really frustrating.
You might want to take the whole tool head off, leave the X carriage on, and just to get that wire the right length you want. Have a good night, John. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, John.
you can come again.
See you next time around. You know what? Real quick. It's midnight, so let's do the giveaway.
Lots of prizes, guys. Lots of prizes. Everyone's a winner, even if you don't win.
All right.
Except
And
for Jenko.
so if you have not joined the giveaway, I'm sorry, but it's too late. I'm closing it because it has been up for a couple hours now.
2 hours now?
And it was pinned at the top of chat. So, all right. So let me make sure that screen share is off, but I can get it all situated.
Joey, there was a giveaway. The giveaway is now closed. Dabrew 13? Sorry, man.
Did Joey want to join?
No, I mean, you closed it.
I can open it.
Looks like there's 2 guys that want to join.
We have people that. All right, so.
Or they're just trolling.
All right. It's open. It's open.
It's open, guys. Get your last minute clicks in there.
Let me put it.
Marie's screen just closed.
Did it?
Yeah. So now you have people coming over.
You want to give them another 2 minutes or another minute and then close it?
Yep. I opened it up again, you guys, and it's pinned at the top. So I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
Even with that beard.
Especially with the beard.
Oh.
Don't forget the neck.
And the neck.
Yep, and the neck. Joseph, I opened it for you. You better join. Nice,
Brew 13 joined in.
Good timing, good timing. Welcome.
Andrew Humphrey got in at the last minute.
Andrew, you're welcome.
Come on, Joey. Let us know you got in, man.
Only next one.
That's Eric. That's in development. We are currently looking at options because maybe Dave doesn't have the best neck. I mean, it's good neck. We just there are other contenders for the role.
We're keeping our options open.
Keeping the options open, right?
Okay, I think all three of the people that said that they weren't in are in. So.
All right. Well, now I'm busy. So.
He's creating his only next page.
Yeah.
There is a fun joke that no, actually I would
demonetize.
I was going to say, I want to mention it, but I don't know what I'm going to do. So I will, we had a joke about that for one of the small form factor PC stuff that I have. And, we have a channel that, for air coolers. And yes, it's called that.
Raz, it's not okay spin. It's only coolers.
Oh, so you know what he's talking about.
The other one, if you're doing water cooling, is aquarium planning. Is the other one. So if you're doing liquid cooling, open loop liquid cooling, then you go and you mess around in aquarium planning.
Unless only Raz is telling me that it's okay to spin for the giveaway now.
I don't know. I don't know if that's what he's saying, man. You guys talk so much craziness here. I don't know what's true anymore. What are we giving away today, sir?
It's going to be the usual. We're going to be doing the atomic filament. Your choice of crimpers.
Is that our new brand that they have?
Crimpers landing right on your toes.
Ooh.
Your choice of PLA, PET G, or ABS.
And there they go. Sorry. The stream delay. I can watch it happen. Yep. Those are at the edge. Yep. Okay.
Does that include shipping?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Ship to your door.
Do you deliver it, sir?
I wish.
Cajun got that one in the mail that he won. He loves it.
Oh, he got it. Oh, good, because I didn't get it. Yeah. I didn't get confirmation that it went through. I was going to ask you tonight if he got it.
Yeah, he got it. He loves it.
Awesome. That is great news.
Oh wait, yeah, wasn't Cajun the someone who was staying up late and got in trouble?
Yeah, Repo Man's kid.
Yeah.
One resident asked,
oh yeah, I remember that. It's like, yeah, no.
No HT.
Is there any high temp?
No high temperature.
I mean, there's ABS.
Well, no, I guess it's the fiber fill stuff.
No. No, ABS.
Sorry, Raz.
ABS, PET G, or PLA apparently is all that's on the table.
One Raz, are you offering us coffee, ice cream, and donuts? Because I would gladly accept. I don't know. I'm at one Raz. Looks like you had an offer there.
Yeah, where do I go? Let's go. Or are you coming here?
Oh, is he delivering?
I don't know. I'm hoping. I'll have a, bring your printers over. We'll have a 3D printer party.
I would love to do that.
Like an old LAN party?
Yeah.
That's kind of what Vice is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vice was kind of bring your own printer. Let's have a little LAN party.
Yeah, you should consider it, David. It was fun.
The only pet G I have is my pet dog.
All right, I think we made good progress tonight.
Oh, Russ, I guess we got to get David to get a cereal first, though. At least right now.
Yeah, I still haven't got my switch wire serialized.
Yeah, that's a YouTube video on Reddit.
Actually, I guess there's a point. You could just post it up on YouTube and link it on Reddit. You don't have to post it to Reddit directly.
Nope. One Raz, I'm 85 years old, man. I got years on you.
Now I feel like a little baby being at 40.
40. I remember those young days.
I turned 40 this year.
Me too.
Whippersnappers. Get off my lawn. All right, looks like Dave's gearing up to close out that form. So all you last minute guys, get in there so you can get your free roll of filament.
Actually, jokes on you guys. Jokes on you guys. Giveaway's closed.
Oh, all
right.
Better luck next time.
So we are going to share this wheel of boom, boom, boom. And Rogue, since you were with us the entire time tonight, I will give you the honor of picking the number of shuffles.
Watch him pitch his aid.
7.
7. I like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good luck, everybody, and thanks for being here. Row Farm. Row Farm, are you here? Row Farm 1.
Congrats, Row Farm. There is a delay between what I'm hearing on the Discord and your video, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there's about that's normal.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We gotta get him to set up the virtual camera. So if he's sharing on Discord, then we can see it faster.
Congrats, Row Farm. My favorite color is blue. Just to let you know.
Is Row Farm here?
I don't know if he's. Oh, he's there.
Row Farm is here. Congratulations, Row Farm. Congratulations. Confirmed. I like it. Congratulations.
Is this something you're going to be doing every week, Dave, or is this just something you're trying out with this?
Nope, I do the atomic giveaway every week.
What about the banter? This banter that we're doing.
This was actually a trial for tonight, and I actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah, what happened was that he started doing stuff, and then like I was trying to explain instructions, and I'm like, this is just going to be a giant pain in the butt to get him to understand everything. So I just hopped into the chat.
Yeah, well, so I had talked with Jixerfool and Django earlier today, and I was like, I think I'm going to try this, and just let whoever is in chat jump in and just talk, and get to talk with. I wanted to chat with some of the people who show up in my stream all the time, and not just do it through text or make it so I'm talking to myself. So I was like, you know what, let's have people jump in and actually hold a conversation instead of just responding to chat. And it actually worked out pretty well because one, I was able to hear people's questions, so I didn't have to keep looking at the chat screen. And two, Rogue was here the whole time, which thank you very much, Rogue. And he was actually able to keep his eyes on chat for me and answer a lot of questions so I could focus on the build. So it worked out. It worked out really well. I liked it.
As long as people are watching their P's and Q's, it could be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, everyone that hopped in here was respectful, and I really appreciated it. And there was no issues. So
if you want to continue doing it, I would say you may want to consider either setting up like a role in Discord or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So people have known rules and stuff like that. And then then you can stream the your desktop to that, and so people can see that without the delay.
We'll have to talk more about that afterwards because I'm not following what you're saying.
Yeah, no problem. I'll see if I can't find you something in.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna wrap it up for the night since it's been another 5+ hour stream.
I'm gonna miss you.
I will say being able to talk back and forth and the banter was kind of nice.
Yeah, I liked it. It was nice. And I appreciate you guys jumping into chat. And next time, if you're watching and you have a microphone or a headset or whatever, just jump in. Don't be shy. We're all cool here. Don't be shy. Also, it's not official yet, but I'm going to try and do a stream on Friday. During the day, it's gonna be during the day. I can't do it at night, but let me show you what we got. Let me move this out of the way. It's not gonna be the Trident.
Uh-oh.
Stream delay.
So it is another Voron. It is another Voron.
Oh yes, okay, I know what you were talking about this earlier.
Yep.
A V0?
No, a Doom Cube.
A Doom Cube
2.4
version 2. Doom Cube 2.0, 2.4. So this is not my printer. This is a build that I am building for someone locally. And no, I think it's pretty cool. I've never built a Doom Cube before. And I really want to. I think it's gonna be really cool. He's doing all black, with only a couple of blue accents. I think it's gonna be really nice. So I'm gonna try and get on during the day, Friday, and do this. And so if you've built a Doom Cube version 2.4, a Doom Cube 2.4, hey Ref, thanks for stopping in, man. I appreciate it. So if you built a Doom Cube 2.4, stop in. So
I haven't, but if I'm free, I can try and watch. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, no worries. I understand that during the day. I get that a midday stream isn't going to be the easiest to attend. So, but on that note, I'm done. I'm going to bed. Thank you everybody for joining. And everybody have a good night, and I will see you guys on the next stream.
Don't forget to hit that like button.
Yes. Have a good night, everyone.